line as well, because you never know when you're going to get that good ball.
Well, yeah, you're not sure where the ball is going, are you? This is a bit sort of Josh Tongue from the Test match, isn't it?
I saw that yesterday. I was at the Oval and
spraying
he sprayed it everywhere, and then, well, it did end up getting him a wicket in the end, didn't it? As in comes Gentry outside the off stump. Austin's forward and lets this one go. It's within the white line, so she won't have to re-bowl it this time.
I think the umpire thought about it and took pity. Just decided it wasn't quite wide enough, but I think this is Inigo Gentry's first appearance in the 50 over comp. She's played a couple of T20s, but so it's probably a nervous moment for her.
In she runs from the Cromwell Road end. Straight ball, which is flicked off the legs by Austin into the leg side, down towards Harmon, who's at deep square leg. She'll come through for a single. Score moves on to 8 for no loss. It'll be Meg Ahern taking strike, taking her guard now for her first ball of the innings. Lovely sunny day. As in runs Gentry to Ahern, who's forward and solid in defence. Plays this to extra cover, and that will conclude the first over of the game. Gloucestershire are 8 for no loss.
Yes, a very long over, a 9-ball over. Sussex don't want to bowl too many of those. I think I'm right in saying, Nikki, that Meg Austin played a little bit of T20 for one of the Tier 1 sides. It may well have been Somerset. So she's certainly been getting plenty of game time.
She has. Anna Buckle's going to be up bowling from the C end. I'll let you do the honours here, John.
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So Buckle's coming in past the umpire. This is a full toss, actually, which is driven away through cover, dispatched summarily to the fence for 4. And so a nervy start for Anna Buckle too. But Meg Austin wasn't going to miss out on that. And didn't try and hit it too hard, just caressed it through the cover area. Not going to miss out on those sort of offerings.
Must admit, though, we're in a brilliant position. We are right in line with the wicket today.
Yeah, we are. Right behind the bowler's arm. Lovely view from the com box here at Hove. Here comes Buckle again. And this one is edged away and it's caught. That's a wonderful catch at first slip. And a breakthrough for Sussex in the second over. Meg Austin has gone for 9. And that is 12 for 1.
Yeah, it's a fabulous catch at slip. Stayed low as well.
Yeah, low down, away to her left. It's a super catch. I'm actually trying to identify the catcher, Nikki. I don't know whether you can help me, but it was a lovely catch.
It was indeed. Just trying to make out who it is. I'm pretty sure we'll see that in a second. But yeah, Sussex will be glad to get that first breakthrough, especially after that first over.
Yeah, indeed. And after Buckle's first ball, she adjusted well. She obviously wants to bowl full outside the off stump and just got the first one too full. But that one was in the right kind of area, and Austin tried to drive it again and got the edge. It was a lovely catch at first slip. Really good grab. Well, it appears to be shirt number 22, if that helps.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a look at that right now. So shirt number 22. Trust our computers to be slow on us now.
Of course. Of course, of course. The wonders of technology. Well, it's Reddy that's come into the wicket. at number 3, and Buckle is in, and that's right on the stumps, and played up to mid-on.
Shirt number 22 belongs to Rachel King.
Well, that's a great catch, Rachel King. Take a bow. As I say, that one was played up to mid-on, where it was comfortably fielded. So after that first ball full toss, Anna Buckle seems to have found her range. She's in again, and this one's swinging away. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It's given. A double strike for Anna Buckle. Edged away, caught by the wicket keeper, and Reddy has gone for naught, and Gloucestershire are in early disarray here at the county ground. 12 for 2. There was a little bit of shape in that ball, Nikki.
There was a little bit.
A little bit of swing. I don't know whether that's down to the sea air. I don't know whether that makes it swing a little bit more, but there was a little bit of swing and shape. And again, if one's being critical of Reddy, there was a little bit of hard hands at that, really. I'm not sure the feet got moving terribly well.
Well, Kiara Green's happy there. The skipper on your screen, she's got a big smile on her face.
As indeed she should.
And so was Anna Buckle. She uses a sweat off the forehead to give the ball a bit of a shine.
Well, she'll settle for a bit of sweat on the forehead for a couple of wickets. I'm sure that's a good trade. I see from looking at her figures in the competition, Nikki, that the one time that she got wickets, she got 5. So she got 5 for 27 earlier in the comp. It's been wicketless in the other 3 games, so maybe it's a case of when she gets wickets, she gets lots of them. And Sussex will be hopeful of that. Well, she's back at the top of her mark again. And it's Jones that's come out now at number 4. Here is Buckle. This is slightly shorter. It's pushed away into the onside, and Jones is off the mark straight away, scampering through for a single. 13 for 2. That brings Ahern down to the business end. She's watched quite a lot of carnage in this over thus far. Buckle coming in to complete a very successful first over, and that one's I think she just about left it alone, went through to the wicket keeper. So a double strike for Buckle in her opening over, 2 for 5 at the end of that, and Gloucestershire 13 for 2 in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Well, after the first over you thought, oh, Gloucestershire wouldn't mind that, and then the second over from Anna Buckle, well, it's changed things round a little bit.
Yes, things went somewhat awry.
Yeah, Chloe Skelton in the Gloucestershire side, joining on loan from Somerset. And Katie Jones continuing her loan spell. As Indigo Gentry at the top of her mark. Runs in. Long strides. And there's a bit of width outside the off stump, and Jones lets this one go through to Molly Adams with the gloves.
Yeah, that probably wasn't quite wide enough to have a go at, really. Particularly if you've lost 2 early wickets, you're going to be a little bit more
cautious.
Circumspect, aren't you?
Yeah, lots of games going on in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2, which I'll go through after this delivery from Gentry as she runs in towards us from the Cromwell Road end. Oh, this dear. One's really slipped out the hand. Down the leg side, loopy delivery. And it's going to be a wide as Molly Adams is nearly taken by shock on that one as well. Derbyshire taking on Northamptonshire. Derbyshire are 11 for no loss. in that one. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire Foxes. Glamorgan currently 10 for no loss. And then Yorkshire are taking on Middlesex. Middlesex currently 8 for 1. And of course, Middlesex winners of the Vitality Blast T20 competition, which happened last weekend. As this one is defended by Jones to mid-on off the front foot. There is no run.
That's a much better ball. I think the previous one actually bounced past the batter. It was very, very full and very, very wide. It's 4 wides for Indigo Gentry already.
In runs Gentry again. And this time there's a bit of width that Jones just dabs down towards deep third. Stays low. And she'll come through for a single. Score moves on to 15 for 2. Some spectators on the far left-hand side of the ground in front of the members' pavilion. There's a little bit of a hold up because Jones at the non-striker's end was just fixing her laces. As in runs Gentry now to Ahern, who's forward again, solid in defence and plays this so straight back down the line of the wicket that Indigo Gentry has no option but to field that one off her own bowling.
Yeah, as you say, Nikki, there's not too many people in this morning, but it is a very nice day on the south coast, so one or two maybe on the Pebble Beach, you would think, not very far from here. Oh dear.
This one's outside the off stump and a bit too outside the off stump. It's another wide, and while Indigo Gentry really struggling to find her line here this morning down at Hove. So far this over, dot wide, dot single, dot wide. Had a 9 ball over in her first opening over.
Yeah, she's heading into that sort of territory again, isn't she, really? But
she's at the top of her mark now. And runs in towards Ahern, who gets a bit of width and looks to push this through the offside. And it goes straight to Izzy Collis, who's fielding extra cover. At least there's no rain in the forecast. Had a bit of rain in the last couple of days, especially in the test match, which is taking place at the Oval. And that will be set to resume in, 15 minutes time? Kicks off at 11 between England and India. As Gentry makes her way past the umpire and a straighter delivery, which is pushed back towards her. And it's going to conclude the over as well. 3 overs gone. Gloucestershire are 16 for 2.
well, only one off the bat in that over actually, other than the 2 wides. I mean, yeah, Gentry has been a bit of a licorice all-sort at the moment. There's been some very wide ones, but there's also been some that have been right on the stumps and hard to get away. So if she can just adjust her radar a little bit, it will make life much more difficult for the Gloucestershire batters. Well, Anna Buckle, what can she do after that dramatic opening over?
I'm pretty sure she'll be hoping for a similar one.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. She's still got the slip in. In she comes past the umpire, and that's very full. And Katie Jones doesn't really cash in on that. She was trying to drive it through the offside, but no timing in the shot. Very similar to Buckle's first ball in the first over, actually, a sort of slightly loopy full toss. She's in again, past the umpire and bowls, and this is much more on sort of fourth or fifth stump. It's pushed out into the offside for no run.
10 sides in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2, with Middlesex topping the table with 19 points played for. They've won all 4 of their games. Yorkshire in at second, played full, won 3, lost 1 with 15 points.
Here's Buckle again, and this is again right on the stumps, but it's squeezed away down to sort of wide third. Oh, and the throw was missed by Molly Adams, but there was good backup coming in to prevent any overthrows. So just the single. 17 for 2 now. And Ahern back on strike. Here is Buckle. Nice smooth run up, but again a full toss, and this is driven away nicely between cover and extra cover, and clatters into the rope. A really nice boundary there for Meg Ahern.
A bit of a looser delivery there as well from Anna Buckle. Lowish full toss, which Ahern jumps right on top of, gets forward and along the carpet, races away towards the boundary.
Yeah, you can tell that Ahern's trying to get it full, and sometimes it's just too full, and that seems to be the issue. She's in again, and this is right on the stumps. Played back to the bowler, who fields in her follow through. She looks to have quite a smooth run up, Nikki.
Yeah, she does.
Not sort of overstriding or anything of that nature. All looks quite sort of compact and fluid. She's at the top of her mark once more. Arms swinging. She's in, and this is a little bit wider, and it's too wide for the umpire this time. Signals are wide. So she'll have to bowl that one again. That would have been the completion of the 4th over, but as it is, we need an extra ball.
That's with these two sides, though, playing today here at Hove. Sussex 6th on the table, and Gloucestershire down at 9th. Gloucestershire just with 4 points to their names, Sussex with 8.
In comes Buckle again, and this is just played back to her. She fields off her own bowling, and that's the end of the 4th over. 22 for 2 at the end of that 4th over. Yes, I think Sussex lost their opening 2 games of the competition and then won back-to-back games. Gloucestershire won their opening game and haven't won since. So certainly, if these two sides are entertaining hopes of a semi-final spot, this is a need-to-win game, really. That game between Middlesex and Yorkshire is the top of the table battle, of course.
Indigo Gentry in for her 3rd over from the Cromwell Road end. Runs into Jones, who flicks this off her legs down towards Nancy Harmon, who's been set out deep backwards square leg.
Harmon did well, actually. Got away to her right-hand side and got the throw in quickly because they were thinking about 2. But they didn't get it.
Yeah, very quick on the boundary, Nancy Harmon. As Ahern looks around at the field, takes her guard, taps her bat very, very low. This is a full toss, and this is
goodness,
guided down towards Anna Buckle at deep 3rd. And, well, I wouldn't be surprised if that was close to being a no ball as well. That again slipped out the hand of Indigo Gentry, and as she walks back to the top of her mark, you can tell she's frustrated.
I think fortunately for Gentry, it just dipped at the last minute because it was looking like it was going to be above waist high, but it wasn't.
In she runs again, and this time she gets the ball to pitch, but outside the wide line, so it's going to be another delivery she'll have to rebolt from her spell today.
See, this
is the part when you probably have Kiara Green maybe questioning, well, would you continue with another over from Indigo Gentry? She's struggling to find her line. Obviously, that's not going to do well for her confidence either.
No.
Do we maybe take her off, give her a breather, and then bring her on back a little bit later as she comes in again? And this is another wide. Outside.
Yeah, she's very disgruntled, isn't she? She sort of stopped in her follow through there and sort of threw her head back in frustration.
We're into the 5th over and we've already had 8 extras so far.
And I think 7 of those are Gentry wides.
This one, straighter delivery that Jones looks to turn behind square, but we've got a 45 and it finds the fielder, so they don't get away for a single. Just some cloud cover up building over here at the ground, but nothing threatening, just big puffy clouds.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising perhaps that one of the fielders at mid-on and mid-off hasn't sort of gone to have a word with Gentry.
She's in now, and this time back of a length, which is cut away down towards Buckle at deep third. They'll come through for a single. That was a straighter delivery from Indigo Gentry, and that's probably the line she wants to try and keep at.
That bounced a bit too, and caught Jones a little bit unaware. She managed to steer it quite well, but there was a little bit of bounce there.
Gentry to Ahern, who's forward, and defends to Green, who's fielding at mid-off.
So Gentry will be hoping this is the last ball of her 3rd over.
And she comes now, and this one's played down towards Anna Buckle at deep third. Just opens the face of the back slightly, does Ahern. They'll come back for 2 here, just slightly wide of Buckle, who has to run to her right. Enough time for them to get back for a couple. That will close off the 5th over, and Gloucestershire are 29 for 2.
Yeah, these two just trying to do a rebuilding job for Gloucestershire after they lost those 2 wickets in the 2nd over. 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. To Anna Buckle, who still has the ball in her hand. Understandably so. Katie Jones is going to take strike. Oh, just pulled away as Buckle was halfway through her run-up. Something distracted the batter. A slip, a ring of fielders on the offside. As Buckle is in, and this is tucked away on the leg side. They nip through for a quick single. It was well run. Fielder at short fine couldn't get round and throw the ball in quick enough to prevent the single, so Gloucestershire reach 30 for 2. And Ahern is now in strike to Buckle, who's in, and that's a good ball on about 4th stump, and it's just played out into that ring of offside fielders. No run accrues. Buckle wearing trainers with orange soles as she runs away from us. She's in, and this is a little wide and it's slashed away. I think that's going to make it all the way to the fence. It is. It's gone too square for third to get round. And so that's another boundary onto the Gloucestershire score. Just too much width on that occasion from Buckle. And beat the infield. And third couldn't get round to cut it off. So 34 for 2. Megahearn making some good progress here. Buckle's in, and Hearn drives that one up to mid-off, where it's comfortably fielded. No run. Umpire seems to be sending a message out. I think the message was 2 balls left in the over. So here is Buckle once more. In, and oh dear, that's fired down the leg side, but the batter played it straight to short fine. So I think if Ahern had left that would have added to the wides column, but tried to flick it down the leg side and beat fine leg away to her right, but found the fielder. So here is Buckle once more. In, and that's a good ball outside the off stump, and Ahern sort of pokes at that and it goes through to Molly Adams. So that's the end of the 6th over. And that's 34 for 2.
Yep, well within the power play here at Hove, so only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary. And I believe we are going to be seeing a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end, as Indigo Gentry will be taken off. She bowled 3 overs, 0 for 18, with 7 wides.
Ouch. That is an ouch, I'm afraid.
Just waiting to see who's going to replace her. By the looks of it, it's going to be Talitha Stanley, number 32 on her back, with her long blonde ponytail behind her. If you're coming into the attack. Jones on strike. Rachel King still in that slip as in runs Stanley now to Jones. Full delivery, which is pushed off the front foot to Kiara Green, who is at mid-off. That's better. That's exactly where she wants to bowl. Aiming at those 3 poles.
Indeed. Yeah, Kiara Green will want Stanley to hit that line nice and quickly, and she seemed to oblige there.
Bit of width here, and this is slashed away. This is going past point and down towards the boundary. A bit of width there from Stanley, and Jones is quick to pounce. 4 runs added to the total, and Gloucestershire move on to 38 for 2.
It was expertly placed because sort of point and cover are pretty close together, and she bisected them perfectly. Neither of them could get a hand down, either the right hand of point or the left hand of cover.
This one just blocked out towards point, no run. Just as you praise. It always happens to be that the next ball goes for 4.
It's the commentator's curse, Nikki. What can you do?
I know.
She got her line back there. She was very full on the batter.
In she runs now. Straight delivery. This is blocked straight past Stanley. And mid-on will have to come round to field that one.
Just for a fraction of a second there, I thought she'd pop the ball back towards the bowler, but it was a bump ball. She's played it into the ground, but it sort of looped up in the air.
In runs Stanley again. This one off the front foot. Jones carefully caresses it towards Izzy Collis at extra cover. No run. As Stanley makes her way back to the top of her mark. Gloucestershire 38 for 2 in the power play. Deep third and fine leg. Boundary riders, this was a low full toss and Jones down on one knee, sweeps this through the leg side. Big gap down towards deep mid wicket. And that will be 4 runs added to the total. So 2 boundaries off the over. Gloucestershire are 42 for 2 at the end of 7.
Yeah, there's just the odd straying in line and length, and to be fair to Gloucestershire, almost every time that's happened, they've cashed in and got full value for it. I mean, there's only been 3 fielders on the leg side generally anyway. They're bowling to a 6-3, so if you stray onto the pads, it's likely to prove very costly. Anna Buckle is going to continue into her 4th over. 26 on her back. Ponytail rocking from side to side as she runs in, and this is cut away. It's a good shot. It's good shots. Run away down to the backward point boundary for 4 more. It's a good stroke. Sort of punched away really off a strong back foot. It's a lovely stroke from Ahern, who's gone on to 15 with that shot. 46 for 2. Buckle just needs to get a fraction closer to that off stump. In she comes, and this is right on off and middle. Just push back to Buckle, who fields on her follow through. Looks as if she's having a word with the skipper as she makes her way back to her mark. Kiara Green just adjusting the field of fraction, sending 3rd a little bit finer. 3rd was quite wide, but she's sent her to a more orthodox 3rd now as Buckle comes in again and bowls, and this is wide of the stumps. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and it's been given. So Ahern has gone. Buckle has struck for a 3rd time. Molly Adams with the catch, and Gloucestershire have lost the 3rd wicket in the power play. Ahern has gone. The finger went up. There was a slight hesitation from the umpire, but up it went, and Gloucestershire are 46 for 3, and Anna Buckle has 3 in the power play. There's a few more slightly darker clouds float their way across the county ground here at Hove. But Anna Buckle has conceded the odd boundary, but she's now got 3 wickets, 3 for 20. See, this is what happens when you go out of the room, Nikki. A wicket falls.
What, been 30 seconds?
I know. You can't take your eyes off this, you know.
What did I miss?
You missed Anna Buckle having Meg Ahern caught behind for 15. There was a little bit of hesitation from the umpire. I wasn't sure she was going to give it, but up the finger went. She played a little bit cross-batted at her, and I think she was trying to steer it back into that sort of wide 3rd point area where she'd got runs earlier in the over and just got the faintest of deflections, and Molly Adams did the rest, so Buckle is taking wickets. 3 for 20 in her 4th over. Giving that ball a bit of a polish. Up she comes again to the new batter, who is Kent, and that's a little bit of shape, but just too wide of the stumps on this occasion, and Georgina Kent decides she doesn't have to play that. Goes through to Adam. We've dispensed with the slip. Still got a 6-3 field with point cover, extra cover, in fact backward point as well. In comes Buckle again, and Kent plays at that one, misses it, goes through to Adams, who from her reaction I think she felt that Kent wasn't that far away from nicking that.
Yeah, and Jones just making her way up to Kent now, just to relay some information, have a word perhaps.
She probably said, we can't afford to lose another wicket in the power play, because 3 lost already. And here is Buckle to complete her 4th over. She's in, and this is on the stumps and played out to extra cover for no run. So another successful over for Anna Buckle, 3 for 20. And Gloucestershire at the end of 8 overs of 46 for 3.
Yeah, that wickets column probably not what they would have liked to see, but unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Anna Buckle, though, she's been right in the game. 3 wickets to her.
Well, they just looked like they were sort of repairing the early damage of Ahern and Jones, and now they've lost another one. Sussex have nipped another one out.
Talitha Stanley has ball in hand. She makes her way to the top of a mark. Just getting a little bit overcast here down at Hove now.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't look like it's going to rain, but it's just getting a bit darker.
Yeah, no rain, please.
As in runs Stanley to Jones, who's forward and pushes this straight back to Stanley, who fields off her own bowling. Very smooth piece of fielding as she completes her action. Gloucestershire currently, according to Wasp, on target for 236.
Yeah, but with 3 wickets down, you would feel they may have to rein themselves in a little bit for a while at least.
Just a tad.
I don't know what the tail is like, you see.
Stanley in again, right on the stumps here, and this one's defended by Jones. Stanley will have to field again. Well, if she's bowling so straight, she's going to have to make sure she fields as well, because most of the balls are just being played straight back to her.
But that's where she wants to be. She's on that middle and off stump, bowling quite full.
She sets off again. Full delivery, pushed to the offside. Collis fields at extra cover.
For a fraction of a second there, they thought about a run, I think. And then discretion proved the better part of valour, because I think it would have been a dodgy run, to say the least.
Stanley in again, and this one straying down the leg side, well, on the leg stump line, that's come off the thigh pad of Jones. And they just get a little bit confused as to whether they should run or not run, and they've ended up staying in their spots. So 4 dots in the over so far.
I don't think Jones initially knew where the ball had gone. I think that was part of the problem.
Stanley in again and straight up as Jones defends to short mid-wicket. 5 dots in this over. This is a good hit from Talitha Stanley.
Well, after Inigo Gentry's waywardness, this is what Kiara Green would have wanted, isn't it, from Talitha Stanley, to just try and bottle up one end.
And this one, flow full toss on leg stump, flicked away down towards Harman at deep backward square leg. She's done a fabulous job to get around. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. But good effort from Harman out in the deep end of the 9th over Gloucestershire, 48 for 3.
Yeah, that's the second time that Harman's done well getting away to her right. Clearly, she's designed to be the sweeper out there and do the hard yards when it beats the infield, and she's done extremely well. Well, you won't be surprised, Nikki, that nobody can get the ball out of Anna Buckle's hand at the moment, because she's got 3 wickets and fancies another one probably. So she's at the top of her run once again. Jones 16, Kent yet to get off the mark. Just a little bit of reorganising of the field. I think we've got everybody where we want them now. And Buckle can race in again to Kent, and this is slightly erring down leg side, but Kent went to play it away. I'm not quite sure if it came off the outer edge or it hit the pad, but it sort of skewed out on the offside, and there was no run. So Kent has got to try and get her feet moving here. Here is Buckle, and that's outside off stumps, driven beautifully by Kent. Beats the fielder at cover. Scorches across the turf here at the county ground, and away for 4. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, absolutely lovely shot through the covers, along the carpet, bit of width. That just tells you why you need to make sure your lines are tight, because Kent and Jones both really like a bit of room, and they're going to make the most of it when they get it.
I thought that was a lovely shot, because it wasn't that wide from Buckle, but she just seemed to see it very early. Here's Buckle once again, and this is on the stumps and driven up to green at mid-off. No run. But yeah, arguably the shot of the morning, that from Kent, I think. But Buckle again rubbing the ball on her forehead, which seems to be the place to get the sweat from. She's in again. Right arm, and this is swung away into the leg side. I think that might go all the way for 4. It will. It was a little bit too full from Buckle, and muscled into the leg side, really. Not as aesthetically pleasing a shot as the cover drive she played earlier in the over, but equally effective, because both have gone to the boundary. So Buckle wickets, but a little expensive. 56 for 3 now in the 10th over. Buckle in again and bowls, and this is played out into the offside for no run. When you've got that many fielders in a ring on the offside, you really do need to get the ball on-off stump and outside. She did get driven through that area earlier in the over, but that's the area you want to get the batsman to play anyway. Any nick goes through to the keeper. Here's Buckle once more, and this is lofted down the ground, over the top of mid-on and away for 4. That's a very good shot.
Yeah, straight off the middle of the bat there from Kant, and well, that will conclude the over as well. 3 boundaries from it. After 10 overs, Gloucestershire are 60 for 3.
So that's the end of the power play. And they made the most of that last power play over. Buckle 5 overs, 3 for 32. So plenty of boundaries came from her bowling, but she did get the 3 strikes. But Georgina Kent looks in the mood, I think we could say, Nikki.
She does. She looks ready to go.
Jones has played her way nicely in too.
Here's Stanley in for a third over from the Cromwell Road end. We've lost the slip now, and she's right on the money, middle stump line, and this is blocked to extra cover at where Izzy Collins is fielding.
Stanley's found quite a nice groove from the Cromwell Road end. That'll be the curse, won't it? The next one will sail away somewhere and I'll feel very stupid.
Stanley in now, and this one has a little bit of width that Jones just cuts down towards deep third. Slightly uppishly comes through for the single.
Yeah, she probably felt a bit freer to play that shot now that the slip wasn't in place, because if it had been, it might have flown straight to that first slip, but no longer there, of course.
Stanley into Kent. This one she wafts outside the off stump, makes no contact with the willow in her hands and goes through to Molly Adams with the gloves.
I think we're allowed 4 outside the circle. Now that we've got to the end of the power play, we appear to only have 3, unless I've missed someone.
Again, off the front foot, Kant just pushes this to Collis. Extra cover, another dot ball, so just the 1 run so far in this over.
Yes, we've got third, and we've got fine leg, and we've got Harmon out on the fence at sort of squarish mid-wicket.
And this one pushed into the offside again to Izzy Collis. They quite like hitting the ball to Izzy Collis by the looks of it. This entire over, apart from the 1 run down towards deep third, keeps finding the ball making its way to extra cover.
Yeah, there's almost a magnet, isn't it, saying drag it to Collis. And but that's indicative of the line that Stanley is bowling, really.
She's in now, and this one on middle stump line, and Kant really heaves this across the line, just wide of short mid-wicket, and it's gone down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Really tried to muscle this one through. It will end at the over. 5 runs from it. Gloucestershire 65 for 3 after 11 overs.
Yeah, it was very similar to the shot that she played in the last over off Buckle, really, because I mean it wasn't really on that line, but she played across it and sort of smeared it out through mid-wicket. Plenty of power in the bat swing of Kent.
Now changing bowling from the C end. Kiara Green, the captain, has taken the responsibility.
She has indeed. Going to have her first wheel away of the morning. So 3 wickets so far in the competition. She's in and right on the money to begin with. A ball on middle and off, which is played out to mid-wicket. No run accrued. Just a couple of steps in again and played back past the bowler this time, but fielder at mid-on across quickly to cut off any chance of a run. This is wider of off stump. It's sort of slapped out to extra cover. Collis moves to her right and has to get the dive in, but cuts it off, so no run again. In comes Green, and this one's outside leg stump. It's pushed away. They go for a quick single. It's a direct hit on the stumps, but the batters had got through. I'm not sure if that came off the paddle or the bat, Nicky. Wasn't sure if it was a run or a leg by, but it's one more onto the score anyway. And it gets Kent down on strike once more, who's looked to be very aggressive. How will she be against the spinner? Well, this is edged away down towards a vacant third, and they scamper back for 2. Not the best of throws. Ended up in the middle of the pitch, but there wasn't a prospect of a third run anyway. Here's Green again to Kent, and that's again right on the stumps. And Collis, again the one doing the fielding. Fairly tidy first over that from Kiara Green. Just the 3 from it. 68 for 3 after 12.
Yep, they're going to have to take their time and rebuild Gloucestershire after losing those 3 wickets early on. 3 wickets lost in the power play. But they're now currently going at 5.6 and over, so they won't be unhappy with that one.
Well, Kent has started very rapidly, isn't she? She's going at more than a run a ball.
Now changing bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Eve O'Neill coming to the attack. So spin from the C end and now some spin from the Cromwell Road end. Leg spin as she's in now. And this one's ramped over the top of Molly Adams' head. And they're going to come through for a couple of runs. And you know what, John? I think that was a very brave shot to play first ball up against Eve O'Neill when you haven't a clue how that ball's going to come out your hand.
Yeah, it looked a very premeditated shot, that. It looked like she was going to play that shot whatever came down, but good to see some improvisation.
Slightly short and off the back foot. This is pulled away down towards deep mid-wicket where Nancy Harmon is the fielder. They'll take a single. O'Neill in, gives it a bit of flight. Down on one knee is Kant, and she goes to sweep down towards deep backward square. And slightly finer, so they can make it back for a couple of runs as well. 2 added to the total, they move on to 73 for 3.
Yeah, O'Neill 5 wickets in the competition so far. They're milking her somewhat in this first over.
This one is blocked to point by Kant. First dot ball in this over.
She's been very busy, has Kent. 20 from 17 balls.
This one turned down towards deep square leg. Yet again, they'll stroll through for a single.
Yes, Kent employing the sweep against O'Neill.
They are definitely milking her. But the thing is, they want to be careful that they don't go for too many in this over as well, as this one's just dabbed into the leg side towards mid-wicket. There's no one there. They'll scamper through for a single. Eve O'Neill has to chase, shies at the non-striker's end. And that would have been a close call, I believe, at the end of the 13th over. Gloucestershire 75 for 3. Yeah, absolutely, John. I think they are milking her. And that was a good over as well. But I think they also have to be conscious that you don't milk her too much, because that might just make Cara Green think, actually, should we take her off? And if Eve O'Neill is someone that both these Gloucestershire batters like to take a fancy to, it'll be some easy run scoring for them. So it's just about finding that balance.
Yeah, that run out did look pretty close off that last ball, but batters survived. It's Katie Jones to take strike to Cara Green, and Jones drives this one. They go for a single to mid-off, and another shy at the stumps. Good backing up. I think they would have got home anyway on that particular occasion. They look like they've decided to take the fielders on at this point. Here is Green again, and this is quite a full ball, and just dabbed down in front of her by Kent. We've got 4 on the leg side now, as opposed to 3. Kent swings away to that leg side and finds the fielder out on the square leg boundary. Went straight to them, so only time for 1 run. 77 for 3. Here's Green again, and this is, that's lovely, delicately played down into the vacant third area, and they scamper back for 2. That was a lovely deft touch from Jones, who sort of late cut it, just let it run down. Didn't try and hit it too hard, that's why it didn't make the fence. But here's Green once more. This is helped out square on the leg side, and they get through for another run. Yeah, they've clearly decided on some industrious running in the last couple of overs. You can tell that there's much more intent from the non-striker to run as soon as there's an opportunity. This is swung out into the leg side to cow corner, thrown back in, and another 6 came from that over. 81 for 3 after 14. 35 these two have put together now in pretty quick time. So just a little bit for Cara Green to think about. I wanted to ask you, Nikki, about the fact that obviously this is the first game of the second set of 50 over games here after a long T20. I'll come back to that.
Eve O'Neill in and down on one knee is Kant as she sweeps this one bounce towards deep backward square leg. They'll come through for a single. And you can tell that that sweep option is definitely something they fancy against the leg spin of Eve O'Neill.
It's quite top edgy though. Yeah, I was just wondering about the adjustment from 20 over cricket back to 50 over cricket, really.
O'Neill skips in from the Cromwell Road end, and this time she goes for the reverse sweep, does Jones. Just as they move short third around to 45. A bit of a misfield, so they'll be able to come back for a second. Should have really just been the one. Score will move on to 84 for 3.
I think she's unlucky there, Stanley. I think she initially makes a good stop to stop it going for 4, and then it just escapes her as she went to get up, and just those couple of yards enabled them to get back for 2.
Eve O'Neill comes in, and this is a full toss down the leg side. She goes to sweep again, does Jones. I think she's got a little bit of glove on it as she runs through to the other end.
Which is just as well from Sussex's point of view, otherwise that would have been a wide down the leg side. No extra ball as it happens.
Down on one knee again. Kant sweeps down along the carpet towards deep backward square leg. Takes the 1, adds 1 to the total, moves on to 86 for 3.
She's enjoying herself out there, is Georgina Kent. Playing quite expressively.
Eve O'Neill in, and Kant this time. Jones, is forward and blocks this just towards backward point. O'Neill spins the ball in her hands at the top of a mark, skips in now and loops this one up as it's turned down towards deep mid-wicket off the front foot. They'll come through for a single. Jones moves on to 30. She will keep strike. Kant on 25. Gloucestershire 87 for 3 after 15. Wasps now predicting 268.
I think that's 19 off the last 3, so pretty purposeful stuff. Okay, got 29 in Gloucestershire's first game of the season, but 2 single-figure scores since then, but back in the runs today. Here is Green. This is dabbed away to the right of mid-on, which enables Jones to scamper through for a single. She goes to 31. Pretty sure this is Jones's first appearance in the competition. That one's played out to deep square for another single. So the run's coming steadily and fairly comfortably for Gloucestershire at the moment. Here's Green again, and this is a wide outside leg stump. She bowled it much shorter, but it escaped away. Change now to around the wicket for Green, and this is just played back to her by Jones. Fielded off her own bowling by Green, who stays around the wicket. That's too short, and that's lofted away, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's the first maximum of the day. Too short from Green, and hoisted away, no chance for the fielder. Landed about 2 yards over the boundary line, between the boundary edge and the hoardings. So 37 now for Jones. In comes Green again, and Jones pushes this one out into the same sort of region. It's picked up at the 3rd attempt by the fielder coming round to her left. One more accrues to the score, 97 for 3. Green in again, and played out into the offside by Kent. End of the over, another productive one for Gloucestershire. 97 for 3 off 16, so they're going along at 6 and over now. Gloucestershire.
Yeah, just upping that run rate slightly. Rebuilding well, actually.
Well, in fact, the 50 partnership came up with that last single. It's 51 now, in fact. So a very good stand between this pair. Jones 38 not out now. Kent 26.
This one cut away straight to Anna Buckle. Short third. No run as Eve O'Neill's in for her 3rd over from the Cromwell Road end. And she skips again. Oh wow, this is a loopy delivery as Down on one knee goes Jones, sweeps down towards Harmon, who's protecting the boundary at deep mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single. So yeah, getting together at 46 for 3, now currently 98 for 3, so 52 run partnership between these two. Jones and Can out there, going well. Exactly what Gloucestershire needed, as in skips O'Neill. Flatter, this is better, and this is kind of had Can in 2 minds. A little bit of spin as well, and she's nearly, I'd say nearly, just given that away. It was very close. Got Eve O'Neill quite excited as well. That's where she wants to bowl. That's the trajectory she wants to bowl with. And she skips in again and can't wait till the ball to spin and blocks it off the back foot to Collis at extra cover.
Again, a little bit of hesitation from Kent as to what to do with that. Jones was annoyed with the full toss earlier in the over. I think she felt she should have dispatched it and didn't.
Again, a bit of flight, and this one's just chipped over the top of Eve O'Neill's head towards green at mid-off. That she picks up and shies at the non-strikers in, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, the radar with the throw was off, but I think the non-striker was always going to get home. I think maybe keeper's end. That should have been, really.
O'Neill skips in now to Jones. This one's down the leg side. She'll have to re-bowl it. Signalled or wide. Adds 1 to the total, and Gloucestershire move on to 99. Oh, not 99. 100. You get 100 on the board.
It was nicely taken by Adams because it was a tricky one down the leg side.
O'Neill in, and this one beats the bat of Jones. Concludes the 17th over. 100 for 3 here, Gloucestershire. Yep. Eve O'Neill 3 overs, 0 for 16.
Yeah, nearly 6 and over for Gloucestershire, so healthy run rate. Probably one more wicket than they would want to have lost, but even so, it's going to be green again from the town end. Two fielders right back on the leg side. This one is driven into the offside. It's fielded well at cover. I think they still scampered through for a single though. They did. One more to Kent, who's gone on to 28 now. Here's green. That's quite loopy, but it's driven out to point. Doesn't beat the fielder, so no run. I think England just referred to LBW in the test match, but I don't know whether it was upheld or not. Here's green, and this is driven to mid-off. Buckle takes a shy at the stumps. The dive comes in from Jones. It misses the stumps anyway. Again, that might have been tight had it hit, but there's definitely been a policy from these two to test the fielders out.
It's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah, plenty. Green is in, and this is driven away. Did it carry? Did it carry to the fielder at cover? Oh my word. Goodness me. I think maybe it did from the reaction. Jones got a single, so maybe Jones was dropped on 39 there. Kent has a big, ugly whack at that next one, which finds its way to short fine. But I think we saw a drop there at cover, Nicky. Just the reaction of the fielder said that it carried. Couldn't get their hands underneath it. This one's played away on the leg side. Fielders converge. They think about 2. I think Kent was interested in 2, but Jones was not. So, maybe a chance gone begging in that over. 103 for 3 off 18.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed. It was very close.
I think that's the same fielder that took the catch at slip earlier on as well. So, one caught and one downed. Still going to be O'Neill.
Now in she comes, tosses this one up. Slightly back of a length though, that Kant has managed to get on the to back foot and just pull it straight to Gentry, who's fielding at short mid wicket. O'Neill adjusts her ponytail at the top of her mark before she skips in once again. This is flatter and slightly shorter, pulled away, and that will beat deep square leg. She finds the timing straight out of the middle of the bat along the carpet, and that will add 4 to Gloucestershire's total, takes them to 107 for 3, and with that Kant moves on to 33.
So that beats her previous high score this season in the competition of 29. She's certainly very powerful, Georgina Kent.
O'Neill in again, and Kant looking to sweep this time. It just dribbles into the leg side. There'll be no run as O'Neill runs in to field the ball.
It's a good contest because O'Neill is trying to bowl it outside the off stump and get Kant to drag it from there into the leg side, but Kant's very powerful and sometimes finds a gap.
This one just chipped short of mid-on. They'll really run through for a single hit. There just seems like a little sense of panic suddenly between the two out there in the middle. He's getting a little bit of turn, and they're not liking that, the Gloucestershire batters. And she skips in once more and tosses this one up. This one's just turned around the corner. They'll quickly come through for a single again. Everything's happening. Everyone's moving in the field. The batters are moving. All the players seem to be moving. The umpires are moving.
It's all action here at the county ground.
Absolutely. This one's floated up. Reverse sweep, just short.
Just short.
Of Anna Buckle at short third. And you know what? I'm thinking, did that carry? It looked like it was very close to carrying, as it was more so dying on Buckle as she comes and attempts the catch. But
I think that one pitched just short. I think Buckle's reaction wasn't sort of overstated, but that's a couple of times in the last few overs that catches have nearly carried.
Yeah, in vain though. 19 overs gone. Gloucestershire 109 for 3. Jones on 40. Kant with 34 to her name.
And it's still to be Kiara Green into Jones, who drives that straight back past the bowler. It's only going to be one as it's fielded down here on the boundary edge by Inigo Gentry. Gets it back in quickly. Here's Green again. That's wide of off stump, and that's not where you want to be when you don't have a third in place and it's cut away for 4. That's not really bowling to the field that you yourself have set there from Kiara Green. She hasn't got an orthodox third, and she was well wide of off stump. And Kent knew if she got bat on it, it would run away, and so it did. Here's Green again, and Kent this time just plays it out to cover. No run, so Kent's raced to 38, really. And Jones, too, has played very steadily. Kent cutting this one away as well, and again she's beaten the infield, and that's 4 more. 4 more through point. Too short again from Kiara Green. And every time they're straying in line and length here, they're being punished, Sussex. 118 for 3 in the 20th over. And Gloucestershire making good progress. Green back to round the wicket now. This is driven down to mid-off, shy at the stumps again. That would have been close. But Cant is home. And has edged ahead of Jones now. She's got 43. Now Jones 41. A very worrying stand this from a Sussex perspective. 73 these two have put together now. Here's Green. And this is pulled away into the leg side. Straight to the fielder at deep square. Just one more for Jones. And 120 for 3 at the end of 20. Even someone of my basic maths can work out that 6 and over, Nikki. Maths was not my strong point, I have to say.
No, I second that.
Aye.
Wasn't mine either. Cara Green just having a word with the umpire and Eve O'Neill. I think they're just discussing if they're happy with O'Neill's field.
This is a worrying partnership though, isn't it? It's reaching dangerous levels. I think I'm right in saying that these are the first 2 batters for Gloucestershire in the competition to reach 40, which tends to suggest that they've had some batting struggles in the competition.
Now coming round. Oh, we have a change in bowling. Sorry, we've got Lee into the attack.
Oh my goodness,
Round the
that's
wicket.
surely a no ball.
Juicy full toss, which is pulled away down towards deep backward square. And it has not been signalled a no ball yet, as Averley makes her way back to the top of her mark. No, it's not a no ball. Maybe it's just dipped in time.
Well, I think it is, because 2 have gone on to the score.
Oh,
rather
apologies.
than 1. Yes, a free hit's being signalled by the umpire now.
It is now a slight delay on the stream.
He took time to signal that free hit. Confused us all.
Averley right arm over the wicket now. As this is flatter and goes for the reverse sweep. This beats backward point and this will race away for 4 runs. Makes the most of the free hit here, does Cant. That's a very well placed shot. And Gloucestershire move on to 126 for 3.
And 47 to Georgina Kent. Yeah, she wasn't going to miss out on that free hit.
Averley in, and this one cut away down towards deep cover. They'll come through for a 1. Just going back round the wicket now is Averley to the right-handed Jones, who's forward, defends to extra cover.
Just a few signs that the body language isn't quite as urgent as it was at the start from Sussex.
And this one off the back foot is pushed towards point again. No run to Jones. She's on 43. Lee skips in again. This is better. And this one, she's down on one knee. Jones paddles it fine. Ball's racing way to the boundary. It's a race between Stanley and the ball, and this time ball wins. 4 runs added to the total again.
It's a lovely shot from Jones. Nice little bit of improvisation again.
Really is. She definitely knows where the field is, and that's a big advantage. Very, very aware. 11 runs off this over so far. And she slows this one down, tosses it up, gives it some flight as it's driven down towards long on. They'll go through for a single. They look for the second, but won't get it. End of the over. 21 overs gone. Gloucestershire 132 for 3.
A very expensive change of bowling, that, I'm afraid. And these two are just 14 runs short of a century stand. And they're also both on 48, so they're having a race to the half century. I think we're going to have another change of bowling here. We are indeed.
Yep, change in bowling. Talitha Stanley's coming back into the attack. She's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 15 so far.
Which she bowled from the Cromwell Road end, so this is a change of ends as well for Stanley, who did gain some sort of control during her earlier spell in the power play. And control is something that Kiara Green needs now. Here is Stanley. This is driven, but straight to the fielder at extra cover, who is Collis. Ball back in the bowler's hand. There is Stanley once more as Sussex search for a wicket. Stanley's in, and this is mishit by Jones. Once again ends up in the hands of Collis, being magnetised towards her once again. Stanley once more. Ponytail flapping from side to side. In this, and there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket by Adams as Jones misses this one. No interest from the umpire. So it remains 132 for 3 in the 22nd over. Comes Stanley once more. Past the umpire and bowls, and a little bit of swing there, I think. It found its way out to Collis once more, but she had to make a little bit of ground to her left, and that enabled Jones to go through for the single. Good backing up from Georgina Kant. So Jones wants 1 for 50, Kant wants 2. And Kant's on strike. Here is Stanley in, and Kant drives back towards the bowler. Stanley does well, I think, gets a hand down on it. Doesn't quite ricochet back onto the stumps. I think Jones was in her ground anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Gentry comes out to the boundary edge at mid-on, perhaps thinking that Kent's going to have a swing at one. Well, she does have a swing at one down the leg side, and it's beaten the fielder. May escape all the way for 4, it does. Just got a little bit of under edge onto that, and that takes Kent to 50. Very good effort from Georgina Kant. Despairing dive from Phoebe Wilkinson, but couldn't drag it in. And Kant has gone to 50.
It's a very good knock there from Georgina Kant. 52 runs from 45 balls, 9 boundaries as well. And well, this partnership now worth 91 between Georgina Kant and Jones, who's just 1 run shy of her half century. She's on 49 from 60. This run rate now 6.23. Wasp has jumped up since the start of this game, now touching 300.
Well, that would be a very big score for Sussex to chase. They'll certainly want some wickets to redress the balance. That was a lovely ball, actually. Nip past the outside edge from Lee, whose first over was very expensive.
This one turned into the leg side, down towards deep mid-wicket. It'll take the single. And that will bring up her half century as well as she raises her bat towards the dugout and dressing room. And this partnership now worth 92 runs, courtesy of Can and Jones, both getting to their half centuries within a couple of balls of each other. That's exactly what Gloucestershire needed after being 46 for 3.
Jones one ball quicker than her partner, I think.
O'Neill in now and goes for the reverse sweep, and this will beat backward point and race away towards the boundary. Gets a lot of power on that reverse sweep, does Georgina Can, and that adds 4 more to the total. Gloucestershire cruising now, 142 for 3.
Yes, I think if I was Kiara Green, I would push the fielder back out onto the boundary edge there, because Kent's played that reverse a number of times and nailed it every single time. And with no fielder down there, it just runs away for 4 every time.
This one blocked into the offside, and Collar's quite deep at extra cover, so they'll be able to scamper through for a single. That's not what they want to do here. Leak run, Sussex.
Yeah, it's interesting really, because this partnership really started from them deciding to take some sharp runs, and gaps have appeared and they found them.
This one pulled away down towards deep backward square leg. $144 for 3.
Yeah, well ahead of 6 and over now.
Down on one knee, slog sweeps. 1-2 bounces towards Harmon, who has to watch the ball ever so carefully as it makes its way down towards deep mid-wicket. And that will conclude the over as well. 23 overs gone, Gloucestershire 145 for 3.
Yes, runs are rattling along at a rapid rate here.
Yep.
Sussex will be worried. 1 for the century stand.
It will be, especially as Wasp is now 306. I think a target of 300, 306 is a very, very steep demand. It's not just scoreboard pressure as well, but it's about being able to time an innings, build an innings, and know how and when to accelerate. As the clock ticks over to 12 o'clock, it's officially afternoon, and the cut-off time is 1:40 to get all overs bowled here for Sussex.
Here is Talitha Stanley once more, and this is cut away to the fielder on the offside boundary. Just a single. This time for Candu goes to 59. Really has been an innings of robust urgency from Georgina Kent. Jones waits now for Stanley and drives at that one. It's beaten the 2 fielders at point and third. Point chases it back to the fence, and they come back for an easy 2 to take Jones to 53. Sussex will be aware that she was dropped on 39. Already beginning to look like an expensive spill. Talitha Stanley is in again, and this one moves away. Adams manages to get something behind it. The umpire decides it's not a wide because it's within the tram lines. I think Jones was looking longingly at the umpire, wondering if they were going to stretch their arms, but umpire decided against exercise on that occasion. Here's Stanley again, and this is blocked back to the bowler. So Stanley once again trying to get some sort of control for Sussex. Probably bowled a bit better than her 0 for 23 suggests. She's in again. And this is again on the stumps and played out to extra cover. So just the 3 from the over so far, enough to raise the century partnership between this pair. Gloucestershire were in some trouble at 46 for 3, but they're in the ascendancy right now. Here's Stanley again, and this is pushed up towards mid-on. Inigo Gentry comes in and throws back to the wicket-keeper's end. One more accrues to the total. 24 overs gone now, 149 for 3. What can they do to break this stand, Nikki? What do they need to do?
I think it's fair to say that Sussex have been struggling to find their lines, though. So I think as long as they can start to build pressure by getting their ball back on the money in terms of let's be consistent with our lines and lengths, try and build pressure that way initially. Because at the moment, you're giving at least 3 hit me balls and over. And that's exactly what Gloucestershire are making the most of.
Yeah, I'm only 4 off that last over. They need to back that up with another one now, really.
As O'Neill is in, sunglasses on, and this is pushed back down the pitch. No run. In comes O'Neill again. This some bit of flight as this is pushed towards mid-on off the front foot. No run.
I think this is Lee bowling, isn't it? It's the taller figure of Lee, isn't it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is. They're very similar, and there's a shout here. Oh, they think it might have got the outer edge, but no interest from the umpire. And Sussex will have to power on.
But that's 3 dots, which is what you were calling for. And there were some dots in the last over as well.
This one off the back foot, cut down towards deep cover. And then we'll give them the single. They look for the 2, and then they decide against it. Can already setting off for the second. And she's like, oh, Jones isn't even paying attention.
Jones signalled to her partner there as if to say, as if I was going to run for that.
Down on one knee, hit up in the air. Down towards deep backward square leg for a single.
Yeah, she didn't really get hold of that, I don't think.
Ball gets chucked around the ground, makes its way back to Averley, who's in for the final ball of her 3rd over, and she skips in. And back of a length pulled away down towards deep backward square once more, and a single is taken as we conclude the end of the over. Jones will keep strike. She's on 56, Can on 60, and Gloucestershire are 152 for 3 at the halfway stage, and it is time for drinks.
Well, at least in those 2 overs before drinks, just 7 runs, Nikki, and some dots. To give Sussex something to build on. I'm sure some messages will be coming out with the drinks to give a little bit of advice.
Absolutely, and you can see on the scorecard, well, we've lost some early wickets. Meg Austin first to go, 12 for 1 on the board as she was out caught off the bowling of Buckle. Then Prathana Reddy, 2nd wicket to fall. Caught by Adams with the gloves off the bowling of Anna Buckle again. And that was 12 for 2. Within 2 balls of each other, we saw those wickets fall. And then Ahern went for 15. Again, caught by the wicket-keeper Molly Adams off the bowling of Anna Buckle at 46 for 3. And well, since then, these 2 out there in the middle, Cant and Jones, have been steadying the ship for Gloucestershire. And they've done an absolutely brilliant job of that as well. You can see there the bowling card. Averley slightly more on the expensive side out of the pick of bowlers. And those 3 wickets belonging to Anna Buckle. 5 overs, 3 for 32. Talitha Stanley, the most economical, going at 4.8 an over. And well, an upward trajectory there on the one. Some early wickets lost within the power play, but well, since then, Gloucestershire should be happy with how things have been looking.
Yeah, they've certainly played this very well, the 2 batters. Jones, the one chance that she gave to cover on 39. Rachel King just not managing to cling on. I'm not sure she got her hands fully underneath the ball and it sort of spilled out the front of the fingers. King was very cross with herself because she knew how well the partnership was going, and it's become very difficult for Sussex. It is amazing though, Nikki, how often a drinks break brings a wicket.
It does. It just breaks that flow and the concentration. And, you know, sometimes they say, well, coaches will say to many batters that, okay, once you've had your drinks break, make sure you're just still out there. You start afresh. If you have to, think you've gone out there to open the batting again. Remark your guard. Do all the same processes so you just don't get out of that bubble that you've created for yourself. Drinks have been run off the field as the players just getting themselves back into positions. A very quick drinks break.
Apparently England have dropped another catch in the Test match.
They have. I believe Zach Crawley dropped the catch.
That's 2 he's dropped in this innings. India well on top, it should be said.
Change in bowling maybe from the C end, or are they just trying to make us look silly?
Let's have a look. I think it's Talitha Stanley, is it not?
It is.
To resume the attack. 5 overs, number 24. She's going to resume it to Katie Jones. We've got short third, short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover and point. And a fielder out on the offside fence. This is driven to mid on, where the fielder got down and fielded it and got the ball back in. Perhaps fell a little awkwardly. That was Inigo Gentry doing the fielding job. One more onto the total, 153, Jones to 57. Here's Stanley to Cant, who drives this one pleasantly, but straight to Collis. That extra cover.
Elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2, Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire. Derbyshire 106 for 4 currently. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. Glamorgan 145 for 2. And Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Well, Middlesex in a bit of trouble. As it stands, they're 97 for 7 into the 27th over.
Yorkshire getting some revenge for the T20 final defeat, perhaps. That's swung away. And it's gone all the way for 4. It's another 4 for Georgina Cant. Out onto the leg side. Split the 2 fielders out on the fence. That's square leg and deep mid wicket. And so Cant.
She moves on to 64. And she really looks like she's enjoying herself out there as well. 11 fours in her innings. She's been dealing in 4s, to be fair. Jones, in comparison, has only hit the 3 and the 1-6.
Here is Stanley again. And this is driven to extra cover, no run. 157 for 3 in the 26th over. So far no joy courtesy of the drinks break. What can Stanley conjure up? Sussex need a bit of inspiration. Here is Stanley, she's in, and this is a slower ball, I think, which was quite full. Played out on the leg side for a single by Kent. 158 for 3. Kent to 65. Two fielders right back on the fence. Deep square and deep mid-wicket. Mid-on right back on the boundary as well. Stanley comes in, and this is driven out on the offside this time. Harman scampering round once again, but can't prevent the 2. So 2 more to Jones to take her to 59 at the end of the 26th over. 160 for 3. Not looking good.
Yeah, Sussex really need to find a way to slow down the scoring rate and ideally break this partnership, because these two look ever so comfortable out there in the middle. They don't look like they want to. They'll be looking to get out either. This the way they're playing, so confident as well.
I was having a look at that score in the Metro Bank Trophy between Yorkshire and Middlesex. That's actually quite a revival from Middlesex.
Lee in now, and this one beats the bat. She looks to place it through the offside. It goes under the bat. Dot ball.
Yeah, Middlesex were in fact 29 for 5 at one point at Headingley.
Bit more effort into this one as it is a flatter delivery blocked to Collis once again, an extra cover. The back foot gets a thickish edge and it's going to run down towards the boundary. It's running fine. Indigo Gentry's on the chase. Apologies, not Indigo Gentry. It is Phoebe Wilkinson with shirt number 50. She's got a long strides in, but the ball won that battle. And the score moves on to 164 for 3.
Hard to know how deliberate that was, because it was very fine. But it raced away for 4.
Again, off the back foot, cut away down towards deep cover. They'll get a single.
And the score continues to mount. It really does.
Bit of flight this time as Jones is forward and pushes this to Green, who's at mid-off. Last ball of the over. 5 runs from this one so far. This one's blocked, and it will remain 5 off the over. 27 overs gone. Gloucestershire 165 for 3. Jones on 59. Kent on 70.
Well, it was a better over from Lee. Just the 5 runs, but common thought seems to be that you can double the score from round about this point. That would be 330, which would be an awfully big score. I think we have a change of bowling happening here. Yes, looks like O'Neill is going to have a turn at the town end. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Going to bowl to Kent, who's on 70. And this is pulled away by Kent. Wide of the fielder. They think about 2, but Fielder at deep square does well. Got round to her right and fired in the return, so just a single. 166 for 3. Here is O'Neill again to Jones. A lofted delivery and lofted into the outfield as well, and misfielded on the boundary edge, I'm afraid. And it runs away for 4. That was not the best piece of fielding.
Yeah, she just chipped that up and over mid-wicket, and while Nancy Harmon, as great as she's been in the field, it's very unlike her. And she dives over that one. I hope she's all right.
Yeah, she seemed to fall a little awkwardly. Here is O'Neill, and this is cut away into the offside. Fielded out on the fence, fired back in. Just a single for Jones. She goes to 64. Kent is 71 now, 125 these two have put together. And this is swung away, it's in the air, it drops short. Drops short of short fine.
Nothing going in Sussex's favour right now.
Didn't get hold of that at all. It ballooned up in the air, but it was dying on the fielder.
Almost in slow motion, so to speak.
And they couldn't get in quick enough. So one more to Kent. Here's O'Neill again. Jones just pushes that one back along the pitch. 172 for 3. That was unlucky for O'Neill, really. Kent showing signs of wanting to up the tempo still further. Here's O'Neill to Jones, and Jones just pulls that away into the leg side. Back to the bowler. Just a single, a cruise. 173 for 3 from 28. Kent 72. And Jones will be on strike on 65. 127 now added between this pair. Very good indeed.
Absolutely brilliant from these two, and well, they're both extremely set out there in the middle, and Sussex are losing options to get a breakthrough here.
I think if you're Sussex, you've got to tell yourself you've got 3 wickets. If you were to get 2 quickly, 5 down, you'd be into the back end of the innings. Anything could happen at that point.
Absolutely. Here's Lee in for her 5th over. Bit of width, there's a chipped in the air, straight to point, and that's exactly what they needed. Sussex break this partnership between Jones and Cad, much needed. And Gloucestershire, they lose their 4th. Yeah,
that was a bit of a...
commentator's curse.
Well, it was a bit of a weary effort from Jones. The ball was there to hit, but she didn't really step into it. The feet didn't go anywhere, so she was reaching a little. And so instead of getting over the top of it and sending it along the carpet, she rather spooned it to the fielder at backward point, and it was a comfortable catch. So Jones's very good innings is over. A 6 and 3 fours, I think. Or was it 4? But 65. And the end of that stand of 127. And that's what I was meaning, really, that if you've got 3 down and you get a couple more, all of a sudden you're into the back end, and what looks like 300 can suddenly become 240, and that's a very different assignment. So,
well, this wicket brings out Chloe Skelton into the middle. She'll be joining Kant, who's on 72. And Lee while she picks up her first wicket. So 3 to Buckle, 1 to Lee. And Sussex will be feeling very relieved.
Yes, relief at that wicket. I saw Chloe Skelton play some T20 for Sussex just a few weeks ago. What can she do, bat in hand?
In comes Lisa Skelton, who's forward and pushes this to Collis, who dives over the ball at extra cover, but she gets cover from her skipper at mid-off, who runs round to field.
I would be tempted here, Nikki, to tell the fielders in the circle to squeeze in 2 or 3 yards.
You'd think they would, especially given it's a new batter out there in the middle. And this one's just played back to Lee.
Well, particularly as you want to keep her on strike and keep Kent off strike.
As this one is slashed and she gets it outer edge, runs fine down towards the boundary, will be fought as there is no protection there. And Wild Skelton will get herself off the mark with a boundary.
Yes, I'm not sure that's where she meant that to go actually, but she was driving at the ball and just a thickish outside edge. That's unlucky for Lee.
Lee in now. This is defended by Skelton off the back foot. Skelton leaning on her bat, awaits. Lee in again. Off the back foot, defends into the offside end of the over. A wicket and a boundary from it. 29 overs gone. Gloucestershire 177 for 4.
Yeah, good over from Skelton. Very good over, from Lee. A good over from her. The outside edge was unlucky. Other than that, she was on it to the new batter. Now they need to come up with a plan to rid themselves of Georgina Kent, who's played really well for her 72. She'll now have to take on the responsibility of keeping up this run rate while Skelton gets in. Here is O'Neill to Kent, who swings across the line, takes the ball down to deep square. Fairly flat throw from the boundary, just a single. So gets Kent off strike. So again, I'd like to see these fielders pushing in 2 or 3 yards really. I'd be thinking no easy ones at all here. Well, that's very loopy, but it's within the tram lines and Skelton doesn't make any contact. Through to Adams. Here's O'Neill again. And again, this is lofted and swept away to the fielder at deep square. Hit that pretty hard, but straight to the fielder. So Skelton's gone to 5 now. 179 for 4. O'Neill once more now. And Kent again swings across the line. Fielder at deep square does well. Being heavily employed in this over. Got that in nicely. Just the one for Kent. 180 for 4. Here is O'Neill once more. This is cracked out on the offside this time. To the sweeper out there on the cover boundary. One more run. But just the 4 singles in this over for Gloucestershire. In comes O'Neill to finish her over. This is dabbed out on the offside, straight to point, no run. So just 4 from the over, 181 for 4. Couple of tightish overs and a wicket.
That's exactly what Sussex needed. Just start to bring themselves back into the game as well, because as you mentioned, a couple of wickets now and they'd get into the tail of this Gloucestershire batting lineup. 181 for 4, 30 overs gone, 20 overs left to go. And Georgina Can out there on 74. Score at the test match as well. Let's take a look. India leading by 127 runs, and they have not lost a wicket since last night. As in comes Lee now. Oh, gets a bit of turn. It's missed everything.
Unlucky.
Runs down towards the boundary. 4 byes, it's signalled. Oh, hands on heads, hands on hips. Everyone's gasping. It's all going on here at Hove.
That was very unlucky. It turned a long way, that. Beat the batter all ends up. Beat wicket-keeper Adams as well. Ended up down at fine leg for 4.
Tosses this one up as it's pushed off the front foot to Green, who's sitting on the ring at mid-off. Yeah, so we're leading by 127 runs. They've not lost a wicket since yesterday. Jess was on 80, and the night watchman, Akashdeep, is on 47.
Well,
here's Lee. Flatter delivery, and this is defended by Skelton off the back foot. And it's fielded by Lee as she completes her action. Not bad for a night's watchman.
One probably shouldn't say this, but I think England have created their own problems in that test match.
This one's flighted, and Skelton looks to close the face of the bat and plays this towards mid-on.
I think a lot of England's batting yesterday was arrogant. They had the chance to seize the test match by the scruff, and they threw it away, and then they fielded poorly.
Down on one knee, goes for the sweep. This hits the thigh pad and runs into the leg side. There'll be no run.
Just a few signs that the batters are getting a little irritated, I think.
Driven off the front foot down towards deep cover. That's well timed, and it might just...
Oh, well done.
Oh, that's a fabulous piece of effort down in the deep. Just clawed back before the white rope. And we'll just conclude the over as well. 31 overs gone, 187 for 4.
Yeah, kept it to 2 when it looked like being 4. Those sort of things can make a huge amount of difference. It was very well fielded indeed. Out there in the deep. I'm just trying. Well, I think it was O'Neill, wasn't it, who's now come to take the ball to bowl her next over. So a very good effort indeed by Eve O'Neill. 187 for 4. Start of the 32nd. She's in, and this is swung away into the deep, and it's beaten the fielder and gone for 4. Kent muscling another one over the mid-wicket boundary.
That's come smoking hot off the bat of Georgina Kent. That happened ever so quickly as well. Raced away to the boundary. She's on to 78.
Here's O'Neill again, and this is cut away this time into the offside. They momentarily thought about 2, and in fact the throw was wayward, so if they had done they would have got back, but as it is, Kent takes 1. She's off strike now on 79. Skelton, who's gone on to 8, faces O'Neill, and this is a very looped up delivery, plenty of air, and all she can do is play it out on the leg side. Phoebe Wilkinson's in quite tight. In comes O'Neill again. This is chipped back and drops short of green. They scamper through for a single. I was about to say that the fielders have squeezed in 3 or 4 yards in the inner circle. They were trying to stop Skelton getting off strike, but Kant is now back at the striker's end. Not for very long though. She paddles that one round the corner for a single. 194 for 4 here at the county ground. In what's the 32nd over. O'Neill again is in, and this is a mistimed pull shot by Skelton. Gentry has a shy at the stumps, but Skelton would have been comfortably home. She'll have the strike at the start of the next over. She's got 10. Kant is now on 80, 195 for 4.
$18 overs remain. And I think Kiara Green is just having a quick word with Izzy Collis as Ava Lee hands her hat to the umpire. Well, Georgina Kant up and on striker's end. Chloe Skelton on strike. She's on 10. In comes Lee. The back foot. Skelton punches into cover and they'll come through for a single.
Derbyshire 127 for 8 now. 4 wickets for Anisha Patel in that particular game.
Lee in now, and this time this was defended into the leg side, and the quick single taken, and my goodness, direct hit, had that shot hit the bails at the non-striker's end. She would have been gone a mile there. Georgina Kant.
I think she was well short there.
She's not even in the frame at this point. So had that hit, she would have been gone.
She could have carried on running, as they say. Oh!
This one stayed low again. It's beaten the bat. It's gone by Molly Adams, and it's signalled 4 more byes towards the scorers.
That's twice now that Lee has done the batter for all money, and it's skated away for 4 byes on both occasions, which is cruel luck, really.
Lee into Skelton, just drives through the offside, down towards deep cover. I'll come through, and obviously that has also brought up 200 on the board for Gloucestershire. They're 202 for 4. From 46 for 3 to 202 for 4. Big credit to Gloucestershire's batting lineup for rebuilding, as down on one knee goes Kant. One bounce to Harmon, who's down at deep mid-wicket. Run scored by Katie Jones, 65 of 82. Georgina Kant out there in the middle, 81 of 67. And this one's pushed to green at mid-off off the front foot. A dot ball to end the over. 33 overs gone. Gloucestershire 203 for 4.
Still over 6 and over. Glamorgan are 184 for 3 against Leicester Foxes. Abby Freeborn 71 not out. And Middlesex are 125 for 7 against Yorkshire. So struggling somewhat. Pippa Sproul has got 46 not out though. Trying to lead some resistance with the company of the tail. Well, Kiara Green is returning to the attack for the 34th over. She's in, and this is dabbed away by Kent into the offside, no run. Kent, 82 not out. Has meant business from the moment she got out there. Well, this is down the leg side, swept away for 4. That's a poor delivery. Kiara Green kicks the turf in frustration at that. She knew as soon as it left her hand she'd misdirected it, and it was swept away in no uncertain terms by Kent for 4. 86 now for Georgina Kent. In comes Kiara Green again. That one was outside off stump. Chopped away to Buckle. Just behind point. Green in again. And this is swung away into the leg side. Across comes the fielder moving to their left at deep square. Gets the ball back in. It's just a single. 208 for 4. Kent on to 87. Is Green again. Tucked off the legs for an easy single for Skelton. 209 for 4. Well, they got the boundary in this over and then they've just milked the singles, really. Here's Kent again, driving to mid-on. Gentry returns it. But an expensive over from Kiara Green.
7 runs from it, 34 gone. Gloucestershire 210 for 4. And well, it's safe to say Sussex are looking quite flat again out in the field. Looking a little bit lethargic.
Yeah, they got the boost of the wicket not very long after the drinks break, but they've struggled for inspiration since that point. Lee's been a little bit unlucky.
Bit unlucky, but still the second most economical after Talitha Stanley. And we're going to see a change in bowling as well from the Cromwell Road end. We're going to see Nancy Harmon roll her arm over for the first time today against Georgina Kent, who is on 88. Takes her stance. Harmon in, short ball pulled away towards deep backward square. And a single is taken, adds 1 to the total.
It's probably not what you'd want, is it really? You're coming on for your first ball of the day and you're bowling to someone who's got 88. That's
never easy.
Quite daunting, really, isn't it?
A change in the field. Short third's been taken out and been put into the leg side, I believe. Anna Buckle is going to short mid-wicket, and she is. Harmon in again, short ball, quicker delivery. Again, pulled down towards deep backward square. And they move mid-wicket out again. So mid-wicket only in place for Skelton. Can on strike now. Harmon in. And this time, shorter delivery of the back foot. Punch down towards deep cover. Just rotating nicely here, these two.
Well, I think with Kent, they're wary of the reverse sweep, aren't they? So they want somebody, they want sort of extra protection when she's on strike in that way.
Down on one knee, and umpire has to watch out at square leg as that ball's nearly collided in with her. Another single added to the total as it's fielded down at deep backward square. Poor Anna Buckle's really getting her steps in from mid-wicket to short third, mid-wicket to short third, because they're rotating strike every single ball here, these two.
And then they're going to want her to bowl, of course.
Again, she'll have to move back because this is got behind square. It's fielded by Gentry at 45, but they'll get a single. 215 for 4 the score moves on to, and this run rate just sitting in the early 6s, 6.1 to be precise, and 5 singles from this over so far. as Harmon is ready to go to Chloe Skelton. She's on 15. Flatter Skelton off the back foot, pulls away in front of square now towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get the single. 6 runs from the over, 35 overs gone. Gloucestershire are 216 for 4. Elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup, let's take a look at what's happening. Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire. Derbyshire are currently 135 for 9. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. Glamorgan 193 for 3. And Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Well, Middlesex have done an awfully good job at rebuilding. They're 131 for 8. Bearing in mind they were 72 for 6. It's currently out there in the middle. You've got Sprout, who's scored her half century, 52 of 82, and Pearson's just joined her.
Yeah, Sproul is holding that together, I think. Kiara Green starts another over with a ball that's squirted into the leg side for a single. Takes Kent, brings Kent on strike on 91. Will there be a case of the nervous 90s, we wonder? Well, she's had a big swing at that. That might be out. It is. She's lofted it into the outfield and been caught on the deep square boundary. No 100 then for Georgina Kent. She gets a handshake from Chloe Skelton. But the big danger to Sussex is heading back to the pavilion for a sparkling 91. Good catch on the fence. And that's 217 for 5.
That's a brilliant catch down in the deep. It was actually hit with some force straight out the middle of the bat. Did a good job to keep her eyes on it. And that brilliant innings from Georgina Kent will have to come to an end. 91 runs, 77 balls, 14 fours. And she gets caught by Ava Lee.
Well, that may reduce the total that Gloucestershire can reach, because obviously if Kent had stayed for another 10 overs, you would certainly have seen them making 300. Now that'll be more of a challenge. How much more batting is there in the Gloucestershire ranks? That's the question, I guess. But we've got a new batter coming to the crease. And I think it's the skipper, is it not?
It is Liv Daniels.
It is Liv Daniels, indeed it is. I was slightly confused by the initials on the live stream of OG, and then I thought it'll be Olivia, of course, and so it is indeed Liv Daniels. So captain to captain, and Daniels just plays this one quietly to Collis at extra cover. No run. Yeah, that could throttle this score back a fair bit, you would fancy. Driven back by Daniels, but fielded by Green.
A very big wicket, indeed.
Yeah, huge in the context of the game, I think. Here's Green again, and this is slightly shorter, but dabbed out on the leg side. They do go for a run in the end. There was a bit of after you Claude about that, but they eventually decided they would go. And Liv Daniels is off the mark, so Skelton on 17. Onus on her to push the score along now. But she just plays that one quietly to mid-off, and that's a good over from Kiara Green. And a breakthrough over. Saw the end of Kent's wonderful innings. So both players that were involved in the huge stand have departed. 218 for 5 with 14 overs to go. Just a fraction over 6 and over.
Yep, Nancy Harmon coming in for her second over hit. Into Liv Daniels. The back foot works this down towards deep cover for a single.
Gets her partner back on strike, which is what she would have wanted to do. Object of the exercise for them is for Skelton to face as many as possible.
This one's pulled, but in front of squared, like towards mid-on. No run.
Didn't really time that.
Harmon in gives it a bit of flight, but still manageable off the back foot, down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. $220 for 5, the score here. In skips Harmon. This one's cut away down towards deep cover. Just skids on to the bat. Does it with Nancy Harmon. She's in now again off the back foot, work down towards deep cover, dive in the deep, that saves 4 runs. They'll come through just for the single though. They think about the second. And
that's brilliant fielding, by the way. That's a magnificent effort out there. I'm not sure who that is out there. I think that might be O'Neill again. That's 2 or 3 times she's done that now.
Harmon gives it flight, and this time Daniels lunges forward into a defence. And that will conclude the end of the over. 37 overs gone. Gloucestershire 222 for 5 with 13 overs left and 50 minutes to get them bowled in.
Yeah, they should manage that. They should beat the cut-off point, I think. But yeah, 2 or 3 times now, Eve O'Neill's been brilliant out on that fence area. Probably saved 6 or 7 runs. They might be precious come the end of the day. Here is Kiara Green, driven by Skelton, but only back to the bowler. Just signs with a new batter in, and Skelton not quite timing it, that they're getting a little bit of a squeeze on here. That one has got through the infield though. Oh, and it's, well, I think that's another misfield on the boundary edge by Rachel King, and it's allowed it to escape away for 4. Just as you praise one fielder on one side of the field, another one makes a little bit of a mess of it. 23 for Skelton now. Here's Green again. Skelton just nicks this one away. A little bit off the inside edge, I think, into the leg side. They go through for 1, 227 for 5. Skelton 24. Daniels just has 3 at this point. Has a swing at that one and misses it. 227 for 5. Green getting through this over at a rate of knots. She's in again, and this is driven back to her. She fields off her own bowling. Just 1 ball to come in the over. Green in again. Plenty of flight for this one. Just driven out to mid-wicket. Thrown back in. 5 from the over, I think. 228 for 5. 12 overs left. Still right on that 6 and over mark, Nikki.
Yeah, absolutely. Harmon coming in for her third here. 5 wickets down for Gloucestershire. First wicket to go was of Meg Austin. That was 12 for 1, and she was out caught off the bowling of Anna Buckle. Second wicket was Prathana Reddy, also caught by Molly Adams off the bowling of Buckle, as this one's given a bit of width and beats the bat into the gloves of Adams. Then Ahern was the third wicket to fall, belonging to Anna Buckle yet again, caught by Adams. We lost the wicket of Jones at 173 for 4, as this one is pulled into the leg side just towards 45 for a single. Jones scoring 65 of 82, caught Talitha Stanley of the bowling of Ava Lee. And then a knock from Georgina Cant of 91 comes to an end as the 5th wicket fell with 217 on the board. This one cut away, beats point, might beat deep cover, who dives, but dives in vain. A lovely looking shot, waits for it nicely. Too much width there from Nancy Harmon, and Gloucestershire move on to 233 for 5.
Yeah, one of the few that Eve O'Neill hasn't quite managed to drag back in, but it was a fine shot. Akash Deep has departed in the Test match, but not before he'd scored 66.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Ugly for England.
Harmon in, pulled away again, up in the air. One bounce and then a dribble down towards deep square leg. Just the one. Which means Shubman Gill is now out there in the middle.
Yes, ominous for England.
Harmon in. Bit of width off the back foot pushed to Collis at extra cover. And also, I'm not sure if you saw this, John, but ex-Indian Test captain Rohit Sharma is also actually present at the ground at the Oval today, watching this young Indian side as Harmon skips in. And this one's cut to point, doesn't beat the fielder. And a dot ball to end the over. 39 overs gone, Gloucestershire 234 for 5, 11 overs remaining.
Yeah, that's interesting that Sharma should be at the Test match. I wonder if the BCCI have plans for him, perhaps, from sort of coaching perspective, maybe. I mean, Gambier's under a little bit of pressure there because they haven't won a series for quite some time. So Kiara Green beginning another over. Skelton on strike on 29 and cutting that one away into the outfield for a single.
Not sure about that. Well, I know he was on a holiday here in London, so maybe decided just to pop by and have a watch of the cricket.
Gambier is under pressure though, isn't he? Because they haven't won many series under his watch. So this is driven out through the cover region. They briefly thought about 2, but decided that was not wise. So just a single. Skelton on 30 back on strike. And just dabs that one back to the bowler. Fielders in a little tighter. Those that are in the circle. Skelton drives, but only finds Collis. Collis has been very busy in that area. There's Georgina. There's Kiara Green again, and there's a big swing and a miss by Daniels. And at the end of that over, it's 236 for 5. They've slipped below 6 and over for for the first time in a little while of Gloucestershire. They've got 5 wickets in hand though, and only 10 overs to go. So they'll feel they can pile up some runs in the last quarter of this innings, particularly if Skelton remains. She seems to be the main hope to bolster this score along at the back end of the innings.
The most important thing has arrived for the day.
Yes,
our
we've just been bought our lunch vouchers, so we're going to be fed. So that's always good.
Averly has ball in hand as she's ready to bowl her 8th over. Change in field. So we've got a point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a 45. So in skips Lee in this one, just turned behind square to 45. They'll come through for a single. And that's not off the bat, it's off the thigh pad. But bat and thigh pad were very close to each other. So with the batter's back towards us.
That's exactly Daniel's job though. Get off strike as fast as you can. Get Skelton on strike.
Skelton on 30. Change in field again. Mid-wicket's been brought round into the offside at cover. This one's turned into the leg side down towards deep square.
It's just struck me that there's only 9 overs to go after this, and we haven't seen Anna Buckle since her 3 wickets in her first 5 over spell. So they're either not going to bowl her out, or she's got to bowl the next over.
Bit of flight beats the bat, taken very swiftly by Molly Adams. Lee taking her time. As she bowls this on the stumps, it's blocked out by Daniels to short mid-wicket where Gentry fields.
Gentry's in very tight now in that mid-wicket spot, trying to keep Daniels on strike.
Again, pulled away straight to Gentry at short mid-wicket. And it finds Gentry once again. She's getting pinned here. End of the over. 41 overs gone, 9 remaining. Gloucestershire 238 for 5.
Yeah, not many runs from that over again, you see. So they are applying a little bit of a squeeze. Daniel's struggling to find the gaps. They're bowling to the field very well there. Well, Anna Buckle won't be bowling out her quota because Kiara Green is going to continue into what is her last over, I think. In she comes, and oh, that's close. That wraps her on the pad. There was a shout there from Kiara Green, but not out, said the umpire. It was going down leg. We can see from the replay. But another dot ball. In comes Green again. And Skelton can only play that away to cover. They've got a little bit of a squeeze on here. Have Sussex. Will pressure bring a wicket? Ball swung away. Behind square. It's only going to be 1. Skelton can't get back for 2. Sharp fielding in the deep. That brings Daniels back on strike. So she has to now try and solve the conundrum of finding a single, and which she's done. She's driven it down to Gentry at mid-on. Gentry fumbled it, but recovered it. So it was only one. 240 for 5. As Green comes in again. This one's outside the off stump, and it's a swing and a miss from Skelton. Pressure is building on the batters here. In comes Green again. Skelton pushes this, but only to short mid-on. That's a good over from Green, just 2 from it. 240 for 5 with 8 overs left.
Yeah, taking a look at the other scores in League 2 of the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup, Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire. Derbyshire bowled out for 135, Northamptonshire currently 5 for no loss. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire, that one's still going with 9 overs left. Glamorgan currently 260 in for 4. And Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Middlesex still out there as well, 151 for 8 currently into the 44th over. And that is because there is a lovely knock there by Pippa Sproul, the keeper, who scored 67 of 97 deliveries. As in comes Lee, and this beats the bat of Daniels and goes into the gloves of Molly Adams.
Batters are struggling here at the moment. Sussex have wrestled some control.
A flight beats the bat into the gloves and then out the gloves of Molly Adams. Wasn't a clean take.
Seven in 22 balls, I think, for Daniels, which tells a story.
Off the back foot, pulled away, beat short mid-wicket, makes its way down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. .241 for 5 as mid-wicket comes out and goes to short third. Lee skips in to Skelton, who works this to mid-wicket, and she'll easily come through for a single. Thinks about the second, but it gets cut off pretty quickly, so she won't be able to get 2 there, just the 1. Run rate's just dropped to 5.67 now. It was floating in the early 6s. Beats the bat of Daniels. Yet again, good over here from Lee, just 2 runs from it so far.
Yeah, they've got a stranglehold on here, the Sussex bowlers at the moment.
Bit of flight, pushed off the front foot down towards deep cover. Single to end the over, 43 overs gone, 7 remaining. Gloucestershire 243 for 5.
Yes, much better from Sussex. The boundaries have dried up for the visitors. Skelton's still going pretty well, 33 from 47. Daniels is really struggling to find the gaps at all. So that's become something of a challenge. I think Talitha Stanley is coming back on.
She is. It's just been announced on the tannoy as well.
Here is Stanley. In and bowls. And there's a shout for LBW. I think it's going down leg side though. That was my initial reaction, that it was going down leg. Yeah, I think it was. It was close, but sneaking down the leg side. Nevertheless, another dot ball, which is creating plenty of pressure. Stanley's at the top of her mark. In she comes past the umpire. That's a bit leg-side-ish. It's helped round the corner. It's just a single to get Daniels off strike. She goes into double figures, onto 10. So Skelton on 33. Onus is really on her to propel this score in the last 6 overs and 4 balls. But she swings at that one and misses. Daniels is backing up well. So they run through for what is a bye. It escaped the clutches of Molly Adams as well. 245 for 5. Stanley in, and this is a bit shorter, pulled away into the leg side. Well fielded out on the fence though, just a single. Once again, 246 for 5. Daniels goes to 11. Skelton back on strike. 2 balls at the 44th to go. And this is driven out on the offside to the sweeper. Out on the fence. Just a single once more. They've been progressing in ones for quite some time now. I'm not sure how long it is since the last boundary, but it feels like a while. Here is Stanley in again. Just played off the pads for another single. 248 for 5 at the end of the 44th. Well below 6 and over now. So Sussex have done well to throttle back this score.
They have indeed. Gloucestershire seem to have been flying at one point.
Well, I guess it's always hard to maintain the momentum from a large stand, isn't it? When you lose both of those batters before the sort of final push, as it were.
Here's Lee in for a 10th over. And this is hit uppishly straight back past her. And they'll come through for a single as mid-on comes around to field.
Throw actually hit the stumps at the wicketkeeper's end, but batter was well home. Northamptonshire Steelbacks have lost an early wicket in their search for 136. They're 13 for 1.
Skelton taking her guard, on 34 as Lee skips in. Uses her feet down the ground, up and over, lands in no man's land, and 4 runs. Just wide, long on area. And, well, that's exactly the momentum Gloucestershire are going to look to take through till the end of this innings. 253 for 5.
Yeah, they needed that boundary just to break the shackles a bit.
This one pushed to extra cover. No run. Izzy Collis been kept busy. Lee in again. This one's flicked off the legs down towards wide long on. Another single added to the total. 6 runs so far in this over.
Abby Freeborn closing in on a century for Glamorgan. 88 not out. 229 for 4 in that particular game.
Just behind square. I'll look for a second. No, they decide against it. A bit confused in the middle.
And then the throw hits one of the batters as well. It actually hit Skelton as it came back in. Hit her on the shoulder.
Lee. And use of the feet from Skelton. And
oh, great fielding.
Brilliantly stopped at point. No run. And that will conclude the end of the over. 45 overs gone, 5 overs left. Gloucestershire 256 for 5.
That was Talitha Stanley, I think, just behind point. Stuck out a long limb and dragged it back. Just as it looked like it was going to escape for 4. So 5 overs left. How many can Gloucestershire set? They've already gone well past the highest score they achieved in the first 4 games of the competition. It was 206 in the opening game. We know Sussex have posted 300 in a game, but oh my goodness, that was a loopy full toss from Stanley. It's driven out into the outfield. The sweeper does well. Rachel King, I think she half slipped in fielding that, but at least kept it down to 2. Skelton's gone to 42 now. I think we can safely say that Skelton's pushed the go button at the end of this innings. Driven off the back foot, but straight to cover. No run. Green tosses the ball back to Stanley, who's at the top of her mark. In she comes again to Skelton, who swings this one away on the leg side. I think that might have gone all the way. It has. It's gone all the way for 6.
That is mighty striking there from Chloe Skelton. That nearly took the glass out in the hospitality box.
Slog sweep. And she got plenty of that. She's gone to 48 now. Only the second maximum of the day. Stanley is in. And Skelton drives up to mid-on. No run. 264 for 5 now. But it's a big score, this. This is going to take some chasing by Sussex when they get their turn. Stanley in, bowls and helped away up to mid-on. Stanley moves to within 1 of 50. A good effort after the earlier fireworks of Georgina Kent with 91 and Katie Jones with 65. 265 for 5 is the last ball of the 46th. And that's a bit of a looping delivery. Slower ball, I think. Worked out on the leg side. Phoebe Wilkinson came in and threw the ball back in. So Daniels will have strike at the start of the next over. She has 14. Skelton 49. 266 for 5. With 4 overs remaining.
We're now changing bowling now. As Ava Lee's bowled out her 10 overs, 1 for 50, so economy of 5 and over comes to an end, and she'll be replaced by Anna Buckle, who comes back onto bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Anna Buckle picking up the first 3 wickets of the Gloucestershire innings. 5 overs, 3 for 32. What's she going to do now with just 4 overs left in hand?
I always find it a little strange that a bowler who bowls well earlier on and gets 3 wickets from one end then gets brought on at the other end. Is that just me?
I think obviously some bowlers have a preference, but also maybe the situation demands them to be adaptable. Could just be maybe a miscalculation, or she doesn't mind bowling from both ends. Really anything. And she's in now, and this one's down. Is it going to be wided? I thought it was down the leg side. No, it's probably
clipped the pad.
Clipped something. From our angle, it looked like it was just straying down. Oh, it's just clipped the bottom of the pad. It has. Daniels takes her guard. Short ball pulled away uppishly. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce to Harmon down at deep mid wicket. 267 for 5. Wasp still predicting 305 here for Gloucestershire. Skelton 1 run shy of her half century.
They'll have to go some to get that.
Indeed they will. In she comes, Skelton. Oh, this is a loopy delivery, which is pulled away down towards deep square leg. They'll run the first, look for the second, decide against it, and she has definitely got away with that one, Anna Buckle. That should have gone and cleared the boundary rope on the leg side. It almost took Skelton by surprise, but she's brought up her half century. 50 runs from 59 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6. Gloucestershire 268 for 5 currently.
A good effort from Chloe Skelton.
Short ball goes for the pull, misses the bat, goes through to Adams with the gloves.
Yeah, Daniels has done well to stick in here really and just keep rotating the strike.
Off the front foot push to Collis at extra cover. Yeah, she's done a good job. Well, they have rotated strike well, Gloucestershire, throughout. That's been a conscious effort that you can see they've been trying to do. They've done a good job of it as well.
Pippa Sproul is closing in on a century but running out of balls in order to get it. There are 9 balls left in the Middlesex innings. And she's 8 runs short of a century.
This one's fine to 45. I'll come through for a single. And that will also end the over as Anna Buckle collects her sunglasses from the umpire. It's at 47 overs gone. Gloucestershire 269 for 5.
So will they or won't they get 300? That's the question. 31 more needed to do that.
Stanley. 8 overs, 0 for 45. Are her figures?
Can't help feeling she's bowled a bit better than that, but there we are. Anyway, she's going to be bowling to Daniels. Here comes Stanley. Oh, that's down the leg side though. That's a wide. She'll have to bowl that one again. Well, the innings started in a flurry of wides. Let's hope it's not going to end in one, because if it does, well, certainly from a Sussex perspective, let's hope it doesn't end in one, because Gloucestershire will scamper over the 300 line if it does. This is, chipped away, and it's dropped. It's dropped at backward point. Another catch goes a-begging. Fielder got there, couldn't hold on. So Daniels is reprieved. 271 for 5, Skelton on 50. In comes Stanley, driven out through the offside. Sweeper comes round. This time they will get back for 2. 52 for Skelton, 273 for 5. Not only is Pippa Sproul running out of balls, she's running out of partners because Middlesex have lost a 9th wicket. Here's Talitha Stanley. In again. And this is a big swing, and she's lost her stumps. So Skelton has gone bowled by Talitha Stanley. So some reward for Stanley. I said I thought her figures were better than that, and now they are better than that. A big slog. Just takes the off bail, I think.
Chloe Skelton goes for 52 runs from 61 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. Well, she's trying to go for the big shot, just rightly as she should in this occasion. And unfortunately, it misses the bat and it cleans up the bails.
Yeah, she felt the need to really press the accelerator. And it's cost her a wicket. So what can Gloucestershire glean from the last 15 balls of the innings? We wonder. But some reward for Stanley. 1 for 49 for her. New batter coming in. It's Caitlin Belcher who's coming to the crease. Not produced much with the bat so far in the competition. She's had 3 innings and scored 12 runs. So the emphasis now goes to Daniels to try and force it. But at the moment, Belcher will have strike to Stanley. Stanley in and bowls, and that beats the bat, goes through the keeper. Another dot ball at a crucial time. Stanley pacing back to her mark. Sussex well in front of the cut-off time, really. Shouldn't be any issues there. Stanley is in and bowls and driven back towards the bowler.
And she's got a hand to it.
She got a hand to it, and Daniels has gone.
At the non-strikers end, Daniels well out of her crease there, and that's Talitha Stanley as that ball's driven straight back to her. She gets a hand onto it as it flicks onto the bails, onto the stumps at the non-strikers end. And well, as Daniels just doing her job, backing up. She'll have to go after scoring 17 from 38. And well, let's take a look at this if you're watching on the live stream. She just gets her hand to it and...
Yeah, definitely deliberately deflected it. Daniels didn't even attempt to get back. She was almost halfway down the pitch, looking to steal a run. And it was like, oh, I'm out. And just kept walking. But that's good from Talitha Stanley. 273 for 7. I don't think that 300 is going to happen now.
I don't think so either.
I don't see it. Not from this position. Still a good score though. Still going to take some getting.
Absolutely. Out comes Katie Dolman into the middle. As we've got one ball left of this over. 2 wickets in this over as well. And just taking a quick look at the scores elsewhere whilst the players get themselves ready.
Well, I was going to say to you actually, Nikki, that Pippa Sproul needs to hit the last ball of the innings for 4 to make 100.
Oh.
At Headingley, 96 not out.
This one fine to 45, and it's come off the pads. It will be signalled a leg by, end of the 48th over, and Gloucestershire at 274 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. Wasps now predicting 291. So yes, Derbyshire Post were 135 all out. Northamptonshire currently 36 for 1. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. Glamorgan 250 for 5. Currently at Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Middlesex 192 for 9. That's how they ended there.
Sproul finished 98 not out. It's a bit rough, isn't it, really? Oh dear. So 274 for 7, 2 overs left.
Final over from the Cromwell Road end. Anna Buckle in for her 7th. Figures of 6 overs, 3 for 35 so far. Belcher on strike, yet to get off the mark. Gloucestershire 274 for 7 as in runs Buckle now towards us from the Cromwell Road end. And this is hit in the air. It is wide of backward point. Come through for a single. They'll run the second one hard as well and make it through comfortably. Two added to the total. What? Now it goes to 276 for 7. Buckle ready to go again. And bold!
Oh, wow. That's comprehensively bold, isn't it, that one?
Yes, it is. So Anna Buckle comes in and Belcher clearing her front leg. That's made no contact with the bat. Belcher's looking over through to mid-wicket where she wanted to hit the ball. But Buckle strikes again. And she picks up her 4th wicket. And that is a satisfying sight as a bowler. Just look at that. Middle stump, cartwheeling out the ground. And Anna Buckle, hasn't she been brilliant today?
It went back a fair way, that, didn't it? That middle stump. It travelled. Yep, 4 wickets for Buckle.
Oh, she's got an opportunity to get her fifer hit.
Absolutely.
4 balls left. 4 balls, 1 wicket to get her fifer for Anna Buckle. Now into the middle. Strides, by the looks of it, Alice Bird. Alice Bird and Katie Dolman, both currently out there in the middle, yet to score a run. Gloucestershire 276 for 8.
I'm a bit surprised Katie Dolman didn't come in ahead of this, given her record in the competition.
Short ball goes for the pull. This is up in the air. Might be another catch for Buckle, and she's dropped it. She had a fifer in her hands. It's in and out, and she couldn't have asked for an easier opportunity. That ball spent an eternity in the air. Nearly came down with snow on it.
Oh, Anna Buckle. A 5 for the taking, and you drop your own caught and bowled. At least you can't blame anyone else, I guess.
Oh, she's dropped her head and she's just walked back to the top of her mark now. 3 balls to do it for Buckle. And she's setting off once more to Dolman. Bit of a wide one that is driven down towards cover to take the single. That's it, shy at the stumps at the striker's end. Not a clean throw, as it's nearly knocked Molly Adams' head off. 278 for 8.
Don't do that, Sussex. You need her to bat. Two more chances for a fifer.
This is a straight delivery. Goes for the sweep. There's a half-hearted appeal for an LBW, but it's going down the leg side, especially where we're sat. You can just see the ball drifting down. I'll come through for a run. Actually, I think she's got something on it because it's not been signalled a leg by.
Maybe that's why there was a half-hearted appeal. Maybe the bowler realised that they'd got an inside edge. Because if they hadn't, it looked pretty adjacent. Last chance, Anna Buckle. Can you get 5? No.
She will not. Inside edge to 45. Oh. It's misfielded. She dives straight over it. They'll be able to come back for a couple here. Well, it's a little bit sloppy. They want the third. There might be a run out here. And she's missed it.
She's missed the run out.
Molly Adams wasn't really looking. And she's missed the run out. They ran 3. What's going on? It's all happening.
That was a little bit careless, wasn't it, really? Careless all round because Wilkinson misfielded it initially. And then when the ball came back in, Molly Adams was a little bit nonchalant and sort of flicked the ball back towards the stumps and missed them from right on top of it. So 282 for 8 with the last over to come. Bird's got 2 and Dolman's got 4. Not really quite sure how both of them are still at the wicket, but here's Talitha Stanley to bowl the final over. She's in and it's sort of slapped up to mid-off. They run through for a single. 283 now for 8. 5 for Dolman. 2 for Bird. We've got mid-wicket long on. Cover out on the fence. Here's Stanley. Swung away into the outfield. They'll look for 2 here, but they won't get it. Gentry does well to get the ball back in. So just the 1, 284 for 8. 4 balls left in the over. Talitha Stanley in again. Bowls. Big swing. Misses the ball. Misses the stumps. But a dot. So they're going to come up some way short of 300 unless something fairly extraordinary happens over the last 3 balls. Good fight back in the second half of the innings by Sussex. Talitha Stanley in. And that swung up in the air. It's going to drop short of everybody. Just sort of plugs around the mid-wicket area. And they run through for 1. 285 for 8. Dolman goes to 6. Bird is 3. Talitha Stanley is in again, the penultimate ball of the innings. And that's swung up in the air as well. This one will carry, and it's caught. Really well caught by Inigo Gentry, who sort of spreads her arms wide and runs towards Kiara Green. And, well, they seem to both be walking off, but I'm pretty sure there's 1 ball to go. But anyway, Bird is out for 3. And it's 285 for 9. So they've just managed to get their batting resources to the end of the innings. In the end of Gloucestershire, there's been a bit of a tumble of wickets towards the end as we thought there might be. So the number 11 is coming out for the final ball.
And it's Charlie Phillips strolling out to face the final delivery.
Well, a bit like Dolman, really. Charlie Phillips has batted twice in the competition so far and scored 5 not out and 22. So you kind of wonder why maybe she wasn't a little bit higher up. But I guess the die is cast here. It'll just be a big swing and see how far you can get it. Talitha Stanley with the last ball of the innings to Charlie Phillips. It is swung away. It drops short of mid-on. Mid-on throws it back in. They just take the one.
And that will be the end of
286 for 9. So 287 to win, Nikki. A challenging target, I think we would say.
Yep, absolutely. 287 is the target. Gloucestershire finished 286 for 9 at the end of their 50 overs, having won the toss and elected to have a bat. Players making their way off the field. It's time to grab a bite. It's time to grab a drink and a little bit of a rest before they start again in, I'd say, 30 minutes' time. So we'll be back for the chase, as Sussex attempt to chase down a target of 287 to win against Gloucestershire here at the First Central County Ground at Hove. Hello and welcome back to Hove. It's just got a little bit gloomy here this afternoon down at the First Central County ground, but it doesn't matter because the players are making their way out. The match officials have made their way out onto the field. Our umpires, Amanda Wixon and Mel Juniper, as Gloucestershire are currently hanging around just outside the boundary line, getting ready for their team huddle. They're going to be trying to defend a total of 286. That's what they posted in their 50 overs. Top score from Georgina Can of 91 from 77. Jones scoring 65 of 82. And then Skelton with 52 of 61. So some three heavy contributions there for Gloucester. They were in a bit of a pickle to start with, 46 for 3 into the 8th over. And then they managed to rebuild brilliant partnerships throughout the course of the innings. And then, of course, some brilliant running out there in the middle as well. And you can just see through the Manhattan that run scoring was pretty consistent as well. Maybe just slowed down a tad into the 40th over, the early 40s. But then they managed to pick it up and, well, did not let go of any loose deliveries, that's for sure. Gloucestershire currently just having their team huddle as the players now make their way onto the field. And Izzy Collis and Molly Adams are going to be opening the batting for Sussex. They need to chase down a target of 287, which means they will need to go at roughly 5.7 and over. And we have a game here on our hands. I'm joined by John. John, had a good lunch?
Yeah, very, very good. All suitably fortified for the chase. It's going to be a tough one, isn't it? I mean, Molly Adams has made, what, a century and a half century. But even if she's firing, she's going to need some help to get to this 287 in the same way as, Gloucestershire had 3 people go past 50 earlier on, and Sussex are going to need something similar.
They do indeed, and I just realised that you started off answering my question, but you hadn't turned your mic on, so our listeners only joined in halfway through that, unfortunately.
Well, the listeners probably consider themselves fortunate that they only heard half my answer, but there you go.
Well, I'm about to start proceedings here at Hove as Katie Dolman has ball in hand from the C end. She's going to be kicking things off for Gloucestershire with a slip in place as Izzy Collis takes guard. A slip, short third, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a 45. Here runs Dolman. And this one's driven through the offside, down towards deep cover. And they'll take a single, and Sussex will open their account, 1 on the board.
Good sharp fielding.
Yeah, completely missed the fact we actually have a deep cover. She was placed outside the boundary line and she was walking around, so I thought, oh, maybe that's...
Was she loitering with no intent whatsoever, we thought, but no, it turns out she's fielding. There we are.
Dolman ready to go again. Sets off away from us. Into Molly Adams. Wide delivery, and she'll have to re-bowl that one. That's died on its way through to Katie Jones with the gloves.
Yeah, that was almost fielded by first slip, wasn't it? That was very wide indeed.
Dolman into Adams. Another wider delivery, but it's within the white line. Adams has a waft. And it goes through to the keeper once again.
I think she thought about having a really big swipe at that and then half backed out.
Again, another wide delivery. She'll have to re-bowl that one as well, Dolman.
This is a bit like the start of the Gloucestershire innings earlier, isn't it? When Inigo Gentry was spraying the ball all over the place.
Oh, and this one, thickish edge, wide of first slip, and that will run away for 4 runs. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, it was a thickish edge, but again, it was a very wide delivery. Not really giving the ball an awful lot of chance early on in the piece here. You really want to be making the batter play a bit more than that.
Dolman in for delivery. Adams is forward in defence. And it will be a dot ball. Dolman turns it off, a mark sets off again. This one is checking back off the surface. Adams defends, it goes to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I should imagine Adams must have cursed the arrival of the T20 tournament after she got 104 and 76 in her last 2 innings in this comp back in May.
Oh, and this one, I think there's a bit of an edge on it. And she has.
Oh,
the finger goes up.
Was that just me, or did it take an eternity for her to give her out then?
We can just catch it back on the live stream. Has a waft at it. A fine, fine tickle of the bat. Molly Adams knows she's got a little bit on it. And she drops her head and heads back towards the dressing room. And Sussex, they lose their first wicket. Molly Adams goes for 4.
That's a massive blow, given that Adams has been their leading run scorer by a mile. That's a serious blow to their chances here. But it needs somebody else to stand up and play the innings. That's the thing. It needs somebody else to do what they haven't done thus far. It looks like Phoebe Wilkinson is next to the crease.
Yeah, but wicket to end that opening over. Sharks 7 for 1 after 1. Jeswal on 99 over at the Oval in the Test match.
Where India continued to hold sway, you would feel.
Still 2 days left to go though, so they really need to make...
long time.
I didn't expect them to be batting again on day 2, but that's the way the game has unfolded. But they'll have to be batting all the way through till the close of play tonight.
Well,
opening things up from the Cromwell Road end is Alice Bird. And to talk you through this over is John.
Yes, Alice Bird from the far end from us. So she's got no slip. She's got fine leg, short third, point, cover, extra cover mid-off. I'll finish that field in a moment as this first ball is just played out on the offside. She's then got mid-wicket, mid-on, and square leg is back on the fence in this particular over. So Collis has watched her opening partner disappear in the first over. She now faces Bird and just props forward, plays that out on the leg side. No run. You can see Gloucestershire really buoyed by that early wicket of Molly Adams. They're very exuberant in the field, as they should be at this stage. Here's Bird again in, and this is turn round the corner, just square of the wicket, and they scamper through for a single, which takes Collis to 2 and brings Wilkinson down on strike for the first time. So she takes her guard, readjusts her pads, which she might have had to have got on quite hurriedly in that first over. Bird's going to come in and bowl, and that's speared into the pads. Just bobbles out on the leg side. No run accrued. 8 for 1 in the second over. Wilkinson again. Faces up to Bird, and that one's beaten the 2 fielders just square of the wicket between point and short third, and escapes away to the boundary. So the second boundary of the Sussex innings, and Wilkinson's off the mark with 4.
Yeah, good shot there from Wilkinson. Sussex 12 for 1.
Didn't seem to be much of a gap to squeeze it through, but she certainly found it. Here is Bird again into Wilkinson, and Wilkinson just pushes that back down the pitch. Hands to head from Bird. I think maybe she thought she'd squeeze that one through, but the bat came down. End of the second over, 12 for 1. Needing 287 to win this contest. It suddenly looks a lot further in the absence of Molly Adam, I would suggest.
Dolman getting ready to come in for her second over. Maisie Collis on 2, Wilkinson on 4. It's getting a little bit gloomy.
It is, yeah, increasingly so.
Also, the windows here are slightly tinted, so it's a bit of a difficult one to understand how gloomy it is, as this one's pushed back straight towards Dolman, and it's ricocheted off her hand as she goes to stop it, and now it's ended up towards mid-on. They'll come through for a single here.
I'm pretty sure that was a bump ball. Dolman 3 wickets in the competition so far. Took 3 for 52 in the last match back in May.
Dolman in now, and this one played to point. Ready fields, and it goes down as a dot. Starting off as a better over already compared to her first.
Yeah, she seems to have cut the wides out.
This one again, pushed to ready off the back foot. Slight misfield as it's come off her knee. They'll come through for a single.
I think it bounced just in front of her, which one of those horrible bounces where you're not quite sure where it's going to go and you don't want it to hit you in the face, and she tried to sort of make the long barrier and it just escaped her a little bit.
And this one struck on the pad, half-hearted appeal, umpire not interested.
Yeah, my initial thought was that was escaping down leg side.
Dominating a bit of width, slightly short cutaway, and this will race away towards the boundary for 4 runs. Dolman with a loose delivery, and Izzy Collis Absolutely on it.
Yeah, good square cut. Deserved that really, because too much width from Dolman.
Again, a bit of width, but this time we'll find ready at point and they won't come through for a run. And that will be the end of the over. 3 overs gone, 18 for 1 Sussex. Target 287.
Yeah, just as the ball seemed to be following Collis in the field in the first innings, it seems to be following Reddy in the second. Everything going out by way of point. And she looks pretty sprightly in the field. So Bird will take up the attack again for this 4th over. Bowling to Wilkinson. That's speared in towards the pads, and Wilkinson just plays it out on the leg side to mid-wicket, where Kent did the fielding. Bird at the top of her mark again. Bustles in past the umpire. That's a bit wide, and again it's steered through that gap between short third and point and away for 4. They fed that shot in the first when Wilkinson first came in, and they fed her it again, and both times she's made them pay, putting it away for 4. 22 for 1. And Wilkinson goes on to 9.
Yeah, it was a very well placed shot between short third and point by Wilkinson. Just dabs the bat at it.
Yeah, not a shot they want to be feeding, I don't think, because she looks like she's got it off to a tee. Oh, that's a full toss that hits Wilkinson high on the pad. It was spearing down the leg side anyway. Bird thought she'd try her luck with half a shout. Umpire didn't pay it much mind. No run resulted. Bird again in past the umpire and just played back down the pitch by Wilkinson. Fielder comes in from extra cover. I think that's Daniels, the skipper. Throws it to mid-off, who in turn duly returns it to Bird. In she comes again, and that's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Wilkinson sort of offered to turn it round the corner, but I think realising it was a wide, just left it and allowed the run to accrue. Here is Bird again. Wilkinson digs that out. It's quite a full ball. Just plays it to mid-wicket, or short mid-on really, and no run once more. So 23 for 1 in the 4th over. Sussex lost the early wicket of Molly Adams for just 4, and Wilkinson plays the last ball of this over out on the leg side. No run. 23 for 1 after 4.
Target 287. I just sense that Gloucestershire are just a little bit flat in the field. You'd think in these early few overs as well, especially in the power play, there'd just be a bit more of a buzz. Not really getting a sense of that. Dolman in for her third now. Slip still in play. Straighter ball, which is defended by Collis to short mid-wicket. Deep cover's been brought in.
Yeah, there's certainly no reason for Gloucestershire not to be fairly excitable in the field. They've got an early wicket, so they're in a good position.
This one cut straight to cover. No run. In comes Dolman here. It's a beautiful delivery that's just blocked back by Izzy Collis. Taking a look at the other fixtures in that Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire game. Derbyshire bowled out for 135. Northamptonshire on track. They need 46 runs to win with 8 wickets in hand. 90 for 2 currently. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. As in runs Dolman. Full delivery blocked to short mid-wicket once again. Another dot ball. Glamorgan posting 261 for 5 in their 50 overs, and Abby Freeborn did reach her century. She got 108 from 127. Leicestershire Fox is currently 24 for 2, trying to chase down that target of 262 as Dolman makes her way from the C end into Izzy Collis, who's forward and again defends. Dolman fields after she completes her follow through. Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Middlesex posting 192 at the end of their 50 overs for the loss of 9 wickets. Yorkshire currently 33 for no loss into the 8th over. Need 160 runs to win. As in runs Dolman and Collis. Oh, this one jacks back inside edge onto the stumps and she's bowled. She's gone. And Sussex, they lose another one. It's a big wicket. It's Izzy Collis.
Yeah, that's not the first one from Dolman that's jagged back a fraction. I think Collis was a little bit indecisive in defence. She didn't really get a proper stride in, and as a result she created a gap between bat and pad, and when it came down off the inside edge it's deflected onto the stumps. So in the same way as Gloucestershire were in a bit of an early mess, so are Sussex. Gloucestershire got themselves out of a hole, but can Sussex do the same? It looks a tall order at 23 for 2 when you're chasing 287. Not the easiest of tasks.
No, in a similar situation to what was Gloucestershire were. Comes Rachel King for Sussex.
He hasn't got many runs so far in this tournament, it has to be said.
That wicket concluded at the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 23 for 2 now, Sussex.
So here is Bird once more. Bowling to Wilkinson. And Wilkinson, I think, got some bat on that. It's gone behind square on the leg side. She didn't get any bat on it, says the umpire. It's a leg by. So 24 for 2. Which brings King onto strike for the first time. Yeah, King's figures in the competition so far not exactly inspiring. Scores of 4, 1, 22 and 6. In comes Bird. Oh my goodness. She looked as if she was trying to leave that initially, and then got an inside edge. It missed everything. Went behind square on the leg side. And King got off the mark with a single, but a very fortuitous one. 25 for 2. Excuse me. Wilkinson back on strike. And plays this one away on the leg side. Fielder comes round to her right. Throws back in. Just one more to the total. 26 for 2. In what is the 6th over. 2 wickets already for Dolman. In comes Bird. This is a full toss, which is not struck properly by King. I'm not even sure if she got anything on that at all, really.
I thought the ball had gone down towards square leg. And
yeah, I did too, and then it bobbled back towards the bowler. She must have just got a bottom edge on it or something. Back to the bowler. In comes Bird, and King chips it over the bowler's head, but it drops short of mid-off, and there's no run. So the last ball of the 6th over coming up. King still not off the mark. Wilkinson has 10. And has played a couple of nice shots just behind the square on the offside. Here's Bird in once more. And King again gets an inside edge. Down to fine leg. Just a single, and it's 26 for 2 at the end of the over, with Wilkinson on 10 and King on 1. But it has to be said, Rachel King's start to her innings doesn't exactly inspire confidence.
No, she looks a bit scratchy.
She's played more off the inside edge of the bat than she has the middle. She's taking a fresh guard at the far end, perhaps to try and sort herself out and start again, perhaps. But Dolman already has 2 wickets in the piece.
And here she runs in now from the C end, a bit of width, and this has just got past Ready at point, but it'll get cut off by third. Single is taken. 28 for 2.
Yes, since those wides of the opening over, Dolman has largely found her radar.
It's going to have to be rebowled. It's wide outside the off stump. Required run rate 5.89, currently going at 4.7.
That's understandable at the moment, I guess.
Short ball pulled away in the air. It's going to land safe, just wide of short mid-wicket.
Yes, not as convincing when playing on the leg side. So far, Wilkinson. She's looked good on the offside, but not so good on the leg side.
Dolman in full delivery, just pushed straight back down the line of the wicket. Dolman in, back of a length, looking to get this through the offside. Will beat cover, and this will race away for 4 more. 4 runs added to the total. That's a well-timed shot there from Rachel King. She moves on to 6, and Sussex move on to 34 for 2.
Yeah, that's the best shot she's played so far. Waited for that one. cracked it nicely square.
Dolman in, back of length again, some width to cut, but this time we'll find ready, and that will be a dot ball. Again, width cut, and this time taken at point by Reddy. She's had a few balls go to her this over, and this time this is hit in the air by Rachel King. And Gloucestershire get their third breakthrough. Sussex in trouble, 34 for 3.
Yeah, just after she'd hit a really nice shot square of the wicket, she didn't get over the top of that one. And it flew to Reddy, who held it well. And Dolman has 3, very much in the same way as Buckle had 3 earlier on in the power play. Well, we saw one complete rebuild by a batting side today. We're going to need to see another one if this is going to be a contest, because at the moment Sussex are in danger of being swept away. It's not been a good batting display at all thus far, with the exception of a couple of shots from Wilkinson, who remains 11 not out. But she's going to need someone to build a partnership with her. And it's the skipper who's come to the wicket to attempt to do that. Both these two have made 30s in the competition so far, or 30-somethings. They're going to need a few more than that today, you feel. Here's Bird into Wilkinson, who just pushes that out on the offside for no run. Daniels fielded it. The Gloucestershire skipper will be feeling much more positive than her opposite number as of this moment. Here's Bird again at the top of her run. She's in, and this one swings in a fraction. Wilkinson's behind it. Plays it out to cover once more. Again, another dot ball accrues. 34 for 3 in the 8th over. Not the start you want when you're chasing 287. Looks a mammoth task at this stage. Here is Bird again. This again swings in a fraction, but Wilkinson drives it away. It will be fielded out on the boundary edge and fired back in. 2 runs for Wilkinson. They take her to 13. 36 for 3. She just flexes her knees a little bit as she waits for Bird again. In comes Bird again, that angles in on her. She plays it to mid-wicket where there's no run. This run rate will continue to creep upwards, but Sussex have no real option but to try and rebuild for a while. That's driven in the air, just wide of mid-on. It's going to run all the way for 4. That was a bit aerial though from Wilkinson. Mid-on couldn't get round to her right to put a dive in. So a 3rd boundary for Wilkinson, who goes to 17. But it was in the air for a while. Here's Bird again. That's going to be a wide. down the leg side. Taken by the keeper. So 1 ball left in the 8th over. 41 for 3. From memory, I think Gloucestershire were 46 for 3 after 8 overs, so not actually a huge amount in it. Wilkinson drives that one but doesn't beat mid-on, who makes a sort of sprawling stop. And that concludes the 8th over at 41 for 3.
Yep, good going here from Gloucestershire with the ball. Sussex again will have to do something similar like what Kant and I believe Jones did out there in the middle. Rebuild, go steady, and build a nice healthy partnership. Dolman continuing from the C end.
Buckle got 3 for 20 in her first 4 as well, and Dolman's done exactly the same.
Just marking her guard, Kiara Green, facing her first ball. There's one outside the off stump that she gets to have a look at as it goes by.
Northamptonshire still backs within 22 of victory at Derby. 115 for 2 now.
Oh, a waft outside the off stump by Green into the gloves yet again of Katie Jones.
Leicester Foxes in even worse trouble. They're 34 for 3. So similar to here. And Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets as well. They're 49 for 2, chasing 193 to beat league leaders Middlesex.
Still got the slip in place here, keeping things aggressive, Gloucestershire. As it's blocked straight back to Dolman. Good over so far from Dolman, 4 dots from it.
Yeah, both Dolman and Bird are getting a little bit of shape. And that's encouraging them to keep the slip up.
This one turned down towards deep backward square off the front foot by Green. She'll get herself off the mark, adds 1 to Sussex's total, takes them to 42 for 3. Full delivery flicked away, down towards deep backward square. Another single added to the total.
So 43 for 3 at the end of the 9th then. A very strong start by Gloucestershire with the ball. Dolman 3 for 22 in 5 overs. It's a powerful contribution to back up the efforts of the batters earlier on. Georgina Kent 91, Katie Jones 65, Chloe Skelton 52 in that score of 286 for 9. And a Buckle 4 for 43 for Sussex, but Sussex with a lot to do to get themselves in this contest And speaking of Chloe Skelton and her 52 earlier on, she's now got the ball in her hand for the last over of the power play. So we're going to see some spin from Skelton. In she comes. She's just outside off stump. It's skewed away and it's beaten the fielder at short third. And it's run away for 4. I'm not sure Skelton will be terribly impressed with that piece of fielding.
No, it really should have been stopped. It's leaked 4 when it shouldn't have.
It should have been a dot, shouldn't it, really? And it's beaten the fielder and run away. Wilkinson will take them. Sussex need every last one of them at the moment. Skelton again, tossing the ball from hand to hand. In she comes. And Wilkinson plays that one away to third, and this time it is stopped and prevents any run. A little bit of a shift in the field. Dolman goes round to third instead. Nobody now at fine leg for Gloucestershire. So that one is played out on the offside for no run. You've definitely got to bowl to your field now if you're Chloe Skelton, because if she lets one slip down the leg side, it'll go for 4. Wilkinson props forward, plays it out on the offside again. No run accrues. Caitlin Belcher, the one to field that. Here is Skelton. In again, Wilkinson out to mid-wicket. No run. So since that first ball, no runs have accrued. But for that misfield, this could be 1 ball from a maiden. Here's Skelton in again. Tosses this one up. It's driven, but it's again well stopped by Belcher. And only 4 from the over. Good start for Chloe Skelton. 47 for 3 at the end of the power play.
Yep, Phoebe Wilkinson and Kiara Green just having a chat out there in the middle. They're going to have to think about how they plan on rebuilding this innings. Still a long, long way to go. Plenty of time in hand.
A run and ball required from here.
And they'll kind of want to see if they can keep on top of it from now, because the last thing you want to do is leave too much to the end and then panic and lose a cluster of wickets.
Yeah, you don't want it creeping sort of 7.5, 8 too early, do you? So they've got to try and run urgently and find the gaps and punish every bad ball.
Dolman in to Green, who's forward and defends. Field, deep third, backward point, cover. Deep third. I'll come to it after this delivery. Dolman's very quick to get through our overs, and this one's outside the off stump, and Green watches it through. Deep third, short third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg.
India 5 down in the test match, but 246 on the board.
Defended by Green off the front foot.
Yeah, Dolman has found a line here. And Buckle earlier on continued to go for a few despite getting wickets, whereas Dolman appears to have.
This time Green forward again in defence.
It's a 6th over on the spin, isn't it? So how many more will they give her?
Bit of width. Green tries to drive. Has gone to extra cover. I think it's gone off the chest of extra cover, but it stopped. At least.
I was a bit worried for a moment that it bounced up and hit her in the face, actually. She seems to be alright, though. It's the skipper. It's Liv Daniels. Heading towards a maiden over here.
So another wide from Dolman. But back on the money, stump to stump line, defended to extra cover. End of the over, 11 overs gone. Sussex Sharks 48 for 3.
So other than the wide, that was the only run of the over, so nothing off the bat. Dolman continues to be fairly frugal. 6 overs, 3 for 22. She'd have settled for that at the start of the innings. Skelton to continue at the Cromwell Road end. Up she comes. Cut away, and again it's got between third and point and run away for 4. Well, they keep putting the ball in that area to Wilkinson, and she keeps piercing those 2 fielders and collecting 4 runs. They really can't afford to bowl there to Wilkinson, because she's taking heavy toll when they do. They're changing over the fielder again in the hope of cutting off the boundary. Here's Skelton. Wilkinson props forward. In comes Daniels and throws back in. So Daniels has gone into that position at point to accompany Dolman, who's at short third. Here's Skelton again, and Wilkinson drives and again beats, this time cover and point, and finds the fence once more. This is good cricket from Phoebe Wilkinson.
Yeah, she's waiting on it, and she leans into the shot. Beautiful looking shot from Wilkinson, races away, and Sussex Sharks 56 for 3 with that boundary.
Wilkinson is one of the few people today that has waited for the ball. In comes Skelton, and Wilkinson is well forward, playing it back along the onside of the pitch. No run. Wilkinson has sprinted to 30. Here's Skelton again. Wilkinson just comes forward, plays the forward defensive. Ball returned to Skelton. By Belcher. Fielder's gone out onto the fence at point. Wilkinson drives out to that fielder, takes a single, pinches the strike again. 57 for 3 after 12, needing 287 to win.
Yeah, wickets to fall. Molly Adams, Izzy Collis, Rachel King. Well, actually, in a very similar position to what Gloucestershire were as well. Gloucestershire were also 46 for 3 at one point into the 8th over. And you did pose a question, John. It's asking, I wonder how many more Dolman's going to bowl. Well, it looks like there might be a change in bowling now.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I don't know, maybe not. Yes, because, Dolman's gone to mid-on. I think it's going to be Belcher, isn't it? I think it's Caitlin Belcher who's going to come into the attack. From the town end.
Yeah, Belcher replacing Dolman from the sea end here at Hove. As in she runs, hop, chop and skimp. As this is right on the money, it's defended by Wilkinson, straight to short mid-wicket.
Well, we've seen a number of ponytails running away from us from this end, Nikki. I think this might be the longest one yet for Caitlin Belcher.
She sets off number 44 on her back, and this one's driven by Wilkinson. Another beautiful looking drive, and this will race away for 4 more runs. She likes those cover drives. And that will take Sussex Sharks to 61 for 3.
Yeah, she's playing with some authority here, is Wilkinson. Any width at all, and she's onto it very quickly.
Defended, straight to point. .287 the target for Sussex. Push through to the offside down towards deep cover. A single is taken, 62 for 3.
Northamptonshire still max of 1 at Derbyshire by 8 wickets. So that's the first result of the day. Made light work of that chase. Thanks to 65 from Michaela Kirk.
Belcher in, and this one's got a thickish outer edge down towards deep third. They'll come through for a single. Six runs from this over so far. Belcher makes her way back to the top of her mark. And this beats the bat, and it's ever so close by the reaction of the Gloucestershire players to getting those bails knocked off, but not this time round. 13 overs gone. Sussex Sharks 63 for 3.
Yeah, still 224 required from the remaining 37 overs at a fraction over 6, and it's Wilkinson on 36 who's shouldering most of the hopes at the moment. of the home side. Kiara Green just 2 so far from 12. She's going to face up to Chloe Skelton once more. Just seem to be sorting out one or two things from behind the stumps. Here's Skelton, and that's a full toss, and it's swept away into the leg side. Fielded on the square leg boundary, thrown back in, just a single in the end from what was a loose delivery. Wilkinson again flexes the knees as she waits for Skelton, and she's beaten by that one. Balloons off the pad out onto the offside. No danger of it being leg before. She was well outside leg stump when she was struck. Here's Skelton again, and Wilkinson just dabs that out on the offside. There's no run. Fielded at point on this occasion. Skelton once more, and that's just pushed back down the pitch by Wilkinson. Better over this so far from Skelton. She's up again, and Wilkinson guides that off the outer edge to short third. I think short third thought that was the end of the over then and realised there was one to come. Very nearly changed her position, and here's Skelton. And again, Wilkinson just pushes forward, squirts out on the offside. Just one from the over. Good over that from Chloe Skelton. 64 for 3 after 14.
Run rate 4.57 and over currently. Required 6.19. Wilkinson on 36. Green on 3. As the Seagulls are making an appearance here. Yeah.
Indeed, coming in off the sea.
Coming to look for some lunch.
Bits and pieces that people have dropped from earlier on, perhaps.
Here's Belcher in for her second over from the sea end.
Oh, that's close.
That might be a close shout. That's wrapped her on the pads.
Wow.
That's quite close from where we are.
I'd like to see a replay. Here we go.
Is it just angling down?
Yes, just going down. It's a good shout though. Good shout from Belcher.
She sets off once more into Wilkinson, who's forward and blocks this to mid-wicket.
The top of the table battle's getting pretty interesting at Headingley. Yorkshire are 81 for 3 in the 19th over, needing 193. So probably still just ahead, but not by much.
Belcher in the sunshine, down in Hove, sets off. This one dragging back off the surface into the inner edge of Phoebe Wilkinson's bat, dribbles to mid-wicket.
They've just quietened Wilkinson down in the last couple of overs. She's accrued a few dots. She was going almost at a run of ball at one stage. It's 36 from 45 now.
defended off the back foot straight to mid-wicket once more. Back face just angling inwards as this one comes down.
Yorkshire 81 for 4 at Headingley. Three wickets for Hannah Davis.
This one just slicing the face down towards deep third. Will come through for an easy single, which they pretty much stroll through. Wilkinson moves on to 37. Sussex 66 for 3. Last ball of this over from Belcher. Can she keep it tight? She's only given the 2 runs so far. Not as gloomy anymore either, as the sun's made an appearance. Some very, very small shadows on the field as well, as Green gets this through off the front foot down towards Reddy at deep cover. They look for the second, but Reddy's too quick. She pounces on it. It won't be limited to a single. So good over here from Belcher, just 3 runs from it. 15 overs gone, Sussex 67 for 3.
So 35 overs to go, 220 more required. It's around 6.3 now required. As you said earlier, Nikki, they don't really want it to creep up much above that. So they need to at least find some urgency of singles. 37 to Wilkinson, 5 to Green. Skelton just sorting her field out once more. Up she comes. And Wilkinson and Green just props forward. Plays it out on the offside. The bowler herself comes round to field and pick the ball up. In again. This is on the stumps and almost looked like it popped a bit at Yara Green, and she's shaking her right glove, so I think it must have struck her on the hand as it bounced a little bit. Here's Skelton again. Green just out to mid-wicket, no run. These dots are building up. Gloucestershire piling up these dots. Green goes for the big hit over the top. She only gets it out to mid-wicket. And it's just a single. So Green goes to 6. She's chewed up a lot of balls to make that 6. 6 from 19. But they can't afford to lose another wicket, and she knows that, so she's trying to balance defence and attack. Wilkinson just pushes the next ball back to the bowler. But the runs have dried up here at the county ground.
They have that run rate really dropping.
Wilkinson has a swing at that one, gets it over the top of cover. Can the fielder get round in the deep? Yes, they do. And they only get 1. That's good fielding. Out on that cover boundary. 69 for 3. Another inexpensive over from Skelton. 69 for 3 from 16. Sussex. And they're struggling a little. Leicester Foxes 77 for 4, chasing 262 against Glamorgan. So that doesn't look very likely. Seems to be a bit of a conference going on before Belcher's next over.
Belcher making her way back in the sunshine here at Hove to the top of her mark, ready to start her third over. Nice spectators enjoying the sunshine as well. Over in the members' pavilion to our far left under the smaller scoreboard here at Hove. 69 for 3. As Wilkinson looks to turn this behind square, doesn't quite time it correctly. It's going to be a dot ball.
Seems to have done a lot of flexing of knees, Wilkinson. I'm not sure if he's struggling with a slight issue.
Leaning on her bat now. As this is again pushed to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run. You can just see the frustration building here for Sussex as well, out there in the middle. The runs are running dry. Struggling to get my words out once again. And Gloucestershire just want to make sure they keep on top of this here, because this might just prompt a mistake. Belcher in. This time Wilkinson opening the face of the bat through to deep cover. And we'll come through for a single. Green on strike, the skipper. Short ball, goes for the pull. That misses the bat of Kiara Green, and again once again into the gloves.
I think because it was to the leg side of her, she was looking at the umpire for a wide, but she hasn't got one. And the runs have slowed to a trickle here for the home side. They're under the pump.
She's going to come round the wicket now, Belcher, to the right-handed green, creating that angle. This one on the hips, turn round, beats diving 45. Deep square leg comes round to cut it off. Will just be the one. 71 for 3.
Can't help feeling that Sussex have got to get it into a mentality of running that first one a little harder, putting the thrower under a little bit more pressure, because at the moment they appear to be just jogging through for one, which gives the fielder plenty of time.
Again, this one down the leg side. There's a shout. They think there might be a little nick off the bat of Wilkinson, but it seems like Belcher was the only one interested. End of the over, 2 runs from it. 17 overs gone. Sussex 71 for 3.
I think they must have flicked off the pad, because otherwise surely it would have been a wide, because it was down the leg side. But Belcher and Skelton have well and truly clamped this run rate. 71 for 3, it's barely over 4 now. 33 overs to get 216. You know, we're at 6.5 now. Before you know it, it'll be 7. So something has to change here for Sussex. Here is Skelton. Green turns that off her hip for a single. Down to deep square, where Reddy is on duty. What can Wilkinson do? She's 39 from 53, but she was 30 from 31, so she's tickled this one round the corner. I think they may get back for 2 this time. They do, quite comfortably. Reddy had quite a long way to run to her right to pick that up at, well, between fine and long leg. But they've got to run hard like that. Again, Wilkinson flexing the knees. Here's Skelton. Oh, that's a full toss. It's lofted into the outfield. Could be out. Oh, it is out. She's had 3 goes at catching that.
And it's Georgina
Juggled it from one hand to the other, but managed to hold on. Wilkinson's gone. And with that, Nikki, I wonder, have Sussex's chances gone with her? It was lofted into the outfield. She went to catch it with her right hand. It bounced off the right hand into the left, even juggled out of the left hand briefly. And she got it at the 3rd attempt. So Wilkinson has gone for 41 from 55 balls. And Sussex in all kinds of trouble now at 74 for 4.
Yeah, really are in trouble here now. Sussex target of 287. I wouldn't say all hope is lost, but they need this one to really dig deep. And that's Nancy Harmon, who's making her way out into the middle. Scored a half century the other day for Hampshire against the Blaze earlier this week. And she'll need to do something similar, or a bit more than that today, to help get her side over the line tonight, because 76 for 4 with a big target ahead of you and that required run rate just creeping up and up and up. They need some magic here, Sussex.
But the pressure of Skelton and Belcher bowling in tandem bought that wicket, because there were just too many dots. And in the end, Wilkinson went for the big hit. Here's Harmon facing for the first time, plays it back on the side of the pitch, no run. Yorkshire are now 86 for 5 at Headingley. Here's Skelton again, and Harmon turns that away. I think she briefly thought about a run, but mid-wicket was onto it quickly. So no run accrued. Skelton coming in to complete her 5th over now. Tosses that one up. It's turned away by Harmon on the leg side. They go through for a single, but Sussex are 75 for 4 at the end of the 18th. Harmon has 1 and Green has 8. 4 overs from Skelton, 1 for 20. And the last 2, I think, have only gone for 7 runs. We've had tidy overs from the other end from Belcher as well, which has helped to turn the screw. Belcher 3 overs for 11. It's 5 overs, 1 for 20 for Skelton. In fact, I'd do her a disservice. So you can see where the tightening up of the situation has come.
Belcher maintaining that round the wicket angle into Nancy Harmon. Takes a look, opens her stance a bit, and in runs Belcher now. Past the umpire. This one down the leg side. And Nancy Harmon has a look at the umpire as though to question, why is that not a wide?
Well, I think she has a point.
It is a point. I think even Gloucestershire are like, oh, hang on, how have we got away with that one?
Hang on, he didn't give a wide against me. I'll get the ball quick. Yeah, that's extraordinary. But anyway, it wasn't given.
Harmon having a laugh with Katie Jones with the gloves. And this time also at the toe end of the bat is forward and plays that to short mid-wicket. Belcher at the top of her mark. Short ball, and this one's Just ducked out the way by Harman, and she watches it past her, and then she turns around to square leg umpire to have a look and say, isn't that not going to be a wide either? And she raises both her arms and says, come on, surely one of these.
Yeah, Sussex are feeling that the world is against them at the moment, aren't they, really? I think with these wide calls, I think they have a good case there as well. Jaswal has fallen in the test match, by the way.
Harman forward pushes this to short mid-wicket.
Josh Tongue has got rid of Jaswal. 273 for 6, India. Lead by 250.
Wide at the crease comes Belcher, hits this in the air and it's gone straight to short mid-wicket. It's taken a brilliant catch. That's just stuck in the hand, and well, that stick will be enough for Gloucestershire to get another wicket now. And that is a big, big blow. Harman to fall. Sussex, they lose another.
Yeah, I'm afraid this Sussex innings is unravelling quite rapidly, isn't it, really? It was an uppish shot to mid-wicket, and the fielder caught it above her head. Again, perhaps not an entirely clean catch at the first grab, but it's stuck in. And 75 for 5 looks a fairly forlorn situation.
5 wickets down now. And while Ava Lee comes out to the middle and she has a word with her skipper, who's probably telling her, get your head down, because there is a lot of time left in this game.
I think to some extent as well, Harman allowed herself to be niggled at by the fact that they didn't get either of those two wides, and so therefore there weren't any runs on the board from the over. So felt she had to try and force the issue, and then didn't get the shot cleanly. But it's a nagging spell from Caitlin Belcher, which is gaining some reward.
And she runs now. Short ball again, and this is a good shot ball right on the body line of Ava Lee, as she just manages to duck out of it. Gets a smile on her face.
Yeah, well, welcome to the crease, said Caitlin Belcher. 75 for 5 though. Sussex, they're in a bit of a mess here, really. Only really Phoebe Wilkinson looked at ease at all in the innings. And she departed to a catch on the fence. And it really is unravelling somewhat for the home team. Here is Skelton still wheeling away. Green turns this one round the corner. They're looking for 2, but they're not going to get it. Well, throw from the outfield by Reddy. Jumped up and almost took Katie Jones in the face. She turned her head aside and managed to get the gloves on it. So Ava Lee, what can she do? Here is Skelton. Lee just plays it out to mid-wicket. No run. Again, a slightly careless throw back to Keeper Jones, which goes over the top of her head, but she has backup, and therefore all is well. It's Skelton again. Forward comes Lee. Just plays it out on the offside. But Skelton and Belcher are strangling this innings between the pair of them. Lee again doesn't find a gap. And another dot ball accrues. 76 for 5 in the 20th. When you've started off chasing 5.74 and over, it's looking a tall and taller order by the ball at the moment. Skelton tossing the ball from hand to hand. Now comes in and bowls and just pushed away by Lee into the covers. Just one run from the over. 76 for 5 after 20. And this mountain is getting harder and harder for Sussex to scale. Just 5 overs from the halfway mark. Their opponents had considerably more than that at halfway. They were on target for over 300 at halfway with Gloucestershire. Just fell a little bit short of that. But they now have Sussex in all kinds of trouble.
Belcher continuing from the sea end, in for her 5th over now. This is down the leg side and it will have to be given away. She's got no choice about it here, the umpire.
Yeah, that nearly missed the crease line outside the leg stump, that one. And rolled along the floor to the wicketkeeper. That was a wide, that one.
Wide of the crease, flicked away. This might have come off the pad. Have to wait and see. It's gone down to fine leg and it's a misfield. It'll go for 4 runs. And it's come off the bat. So 4 runs to Kiara Green, 4 runs to Sussex's total. They move on to 81 for 5.
A much needed boundary for the skipper. Just 13 from 24. I guess the idea is to take the game as deep as they can.
Belcher in, short ball, this is up in the air, pulled away, will it land safe? It will in no man's land. He'll come through for a single.
There were 4 fielders converging on that and they formed a square around it and it just landed in the middle of all 4 of them. Behind square on the leg side. So a let off for Kiara Green.
Low full toss, that's pushed towards mid-off, no run. You might feel that she's missed out on that one there. Smiles on the faces of lots of the Gloucestershire players. Belcher short ball again, and Lee looking to uppercut this one. It beats the bat and goes straight in to the gloves of Katie Jones. Belcher sets off. Oh, and this is a loopy delivery. I think she went for the slower ball. That slipped out her hand. She gets some sort of outer edge on it. Down towards deep third. Lee will run to the other end to take the single. 82 for 5.
It was signalled as a no ball for head height, I think. So it's going to be a free hit. Where does Green try and plant this free hit?
Short ball again. She's gone up in the air. This is right over mid-on's head, and I would say that was an opportunity. And a few chances flying around for Sussex. A few lives flying around.
She'd have been okay there because it was a free hit. So it was a free hit for head height. So I don't think if it had been caught, it would have been given out.
Yeah, lucky with
but
that.
She didn't hit it very well though.
No, she didn't.
Smacked it straight up in the air.
Up in the air again. Over short mid wicket's head down towards the boundary. 4 more runs. A bit of a loose delivery here from Belcher. A bit more expensive from her all in all. A boundary to end the over. 21 overs gone. Sussex Sharks are 90 for 5. Target 287.
Yeah, a productive over for Sussex. Maybe that was a case of 1 over too many for Belcher. She just seemed to be perhaps overstriding, over-trying in that over. Maybe time for a little bit of a blow and then come again. But Sussex very much needed runs. 20 now for Kiara Green. Skelton, I think, is just going to keep wheeling away. She's in again. This is driven, but straight to cover by Lee, who's still only got 1, having faced 10 deliveries. It's not really the rate of progress you want when the run rate's where it is. She's driven that one down to mid-on. And they've got through for a single to get Green on strike. But Green can't really do all this by herself. She started to find a little bit of momentum, but they need to keep the pedal down at this point, Sussex, otherwise this run rate will run away from them. At least they need less than 200 to win now. Skelton into Green, who plays it out to cover, no run. Just 28 overs to go at the end of this one. Green paddles this one round the corner. There is a fielder out in the deep and it's just a single. 92 for 5. Skelton. 1 ball left in the over and it's just played to mid-off. So a productive over followed by a tight one. Skelton 1 for 23 now. Bowling a really good spell to go with her 52 runs earlier on today. 92 for 5. 195 to win in 28 overs, which is now almost 7 runs and over with 5 wickets down. 1 for 23 in 7 overs, Skelton.
We're going to have a change in bowling by the looks of it from the C end as Belcher comes out of the attack.
It's the skipper, it's Liv Daniels.
For the first time today with ball in hand. In she comes with some off spin, this one outside the off stump, close to that wide line, but she gets away with it first up with her sunglasses on. Again, this one will not get away with it. She'll have to re-bowl it. That run rate required just underneath 7. 6.97.
Yeah, it's a big ask from here.
This one turned into the offside and will come through for a single. Outside the off stump, Daniel's in again. Just try and attempt Ava Lee here. Turns it behind square. 45 is there. Bit of width. Nearly chopped it onto the stumps here, Ava Lee.
Lee's really struggling, isn't she? Just 2 from 15.
Yeah, end of the over. 23 overs gone. Sussex Sharks 94 for 5. Nearly at that halfway mark. They're chasing the target of 287.
22 for Green, but 33 balls used up. And that run rate now over 7 and over. I don't think Lee has timed one ball yet. It's those 3 partnerships in the middle of the Gloucestershire innings that have set this game up really. The huge 127 for the 4th wicket between Jones and Kent, and then 44 for the 5th and 56 for the 6th. That's made a huge amount of difference. Well, it's Charlie Phillips who's coming on to bowl. And the first ball is played out to cover. So Skelton's been given a break, having bowled 7 overs, 1 for 23. Phillip in again and driven, but only to mid-off. No run once more. Sussex sliding further and further behind this rate. 3 dot balls. And at this stage that just cranks up the pressure. They have to start hitting some gaps. Green goes for a big swing. Big shout for leg before. I think Green thought she was going to be given out, because initially she didn't even bother to run. Well, it's been given as a leg bye. Goodness me, that looked close from where we are. In comes Phillips again. This is driven out to cover on the fence for a single for Lee. Well, I don't think Green can believe her luck. But she's still in and facing Phillips again. Works this one away off the pads into a little gap, jogs a single. But only 3 came from the over again. 97 for 5 off 24. Just 1 more to go to the halfway mark.
Yep, that target looks very, very steep for Sussex. Daniels ready to go with sunglasses on at the C end. Skips into Green, who's on 23. waits for it and plays this down towards deep cover. I'll come back for a second. They have to run quickly here. And they'll make it back. Just a little bit slow in the field, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Sussex have to make 2 out of every one of those now, if they're going to create any kind of pressure on the fielding side.
This one in the air. Oh, and just short of mid-off. There was an opportunity. Very close. We'll have to watch it on the replay just to see how close it was.
Could she have moved forward a fraction and caught that, I wonder? That was my first instinct.
This one off the back foot. Cautiously played by Ciara Green. Again, cautiously played. Daniel's just offering a little bit of space on that off-stump line, probably sticking to that 4th stump.
The halfway stage of the Gloucester innings, I think they were north of 150.
Green forward, cautiously defends.
Whereas Sussex need a single to reach 100.
Well, the thing is here, as that run rate required now pretty much 7.5 and over. And this one's a loops up in the air, and this is over mid-on's head, and will race away for 4 runs. A loose delivery there from Daniel. She's released the pressure for Sussex. 6 runs from it. And a much-needed boundary that Ciara Green was not going to miss out on. Sussex Sharks 103 for 5 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, that was a nice juicy full toss, which Ciara Green made full use of, but as you say, the problem is it's 184 off 25 overs. That's sort of 7.4 and over, and that's a big ask. It's a very big ask at this stage. So both teams will get in their collective huddles, won't they, and have a chat. Gloucestershire will be by far the happier. Dolman's 3 wickets up the top created pressure on the rest of the batters coming in, and Skelton and Belcher bowled good spells. Skelton in particular, 7 overs, 1 for 23, to sort of ram home the advantage. Hard to know what Sussex can do now to really get themselves in the contest, because the way things stand, it's just slowly petering away, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a partnership, though, between Green and Wilkinson, which was absolutely key. 40 between them. Now, Green and Lee with the partnership. And if you just look at how that run rate's been going, well, it's staggering and falling for Sussex. They started off in line with how Gloucestershire set off their innings. But some early wickets falling and now being 5 down. It's a hard one, as you can see. Also, Anna Buckle being the pick of the Sussex bowlers, 4 for 43. Missed out on opportunity. Had dropped an absolute sitter. Well, she nearly got her fifer. And then Talitha Stanley, economical as well, 2 for 53 in her 10 overs. Georgina Cat top scoring 91 for Gloucestershire. The drinks break has been taken. Players getting themselves back onto the field.
Glamorgan are almost home against Leicestershire. Leicester 106 for 8. Yorkshire 119 for 5 against Middlesex with 20 overs to go. 74 required. You would think they'll get those if they don't get bowled out. Sussex with a lot to do as we restart after the drinks break with Charlie Phillips. It's just played out on the offside. Phillips is in again. This is driven back to her by Lee for no run. 3 from 19 for Ava Lee. She's got that one away past mid-wicket, but there is mid-wicket on the fence, so it's just a single. 104 for 5. Sussex needing 287. This is the 26th over. Here's Phillips. That's driven. It's just gone wide of cover. Mid-off comes round and tidies up. And Green takes a single. 105 for 5. Phillips in again. Driven back past her and driven well. That's a really good shot. That's a lovely strike from Lee. Went through to the mid-off boundary for 4. They need a few more of those.
Yeah, they really need a few more. It's a lovely looking shot. Timed it really well.
In comes Phillips again, and this is dabbed away, and it's wide of third. Third's chasing it back and will haul it in. 2 more runs accrue to the score. That looked a fairly stiff piece of fielding, it has to be said. A little bit of a struggle, but prevented it going for 4. And that was important. 111 for 5 at the end of the over. 24 overs remain. 176 runs are required to win. That is a huge ask.
Daniels was just about to start her over, then realised she didn't have the ball in her hand.
That would not help.
And she comes now, as this one's just popped up on green. She's forward to defend. Green on 30. Bit of flight. And it's pushed to mid-off the front foot. No run yet again. The thing is, though, there's be some point that I would like to see Sussex try and at least attain the required run rate. And this is a big slice through the offside. They should just get a couple for it as Reddy comes round.
Lee almost forgot to run and then suddenly found Green charging back past her at the other end.
Yeah, because as I was saying, John, that obviously there's only 2 results. You could win or you lose, and I'd rather see them try and go for it and attain that required run rate as opposed to being extremely tentative about it. As this one's pushed to mid-off and they'll come through for a single, not cleanly picked up.
I guess what they're acutely aware of is there may not be a huge amount of batting to come, so therefore what you're trying to do is just about keep it within bounds so that you can have a go in the last 10 maybe. But yeah, they don't want it being more than sort of well, 85 maximum in the last 10 really. Even that's a lot.
Driven and stopped by mid-off, not cleanly, but it will save 3 runs because that ball was on its way to the boundary otherwise. 115 for 5 at the end of 27 overs.
Yeah, so 23 to go, 162 to win. Yeah, I'm afraid we've crept up over 8 and over now. That's the problem. Or maybe not quite, maybe just under 8. But it's a lot. That's driven back to the bowler. I think it pitched just short of Phillips. Very nearly carried for a caught and bowled. Lee takes a single. So Green 33 from 49. She drives that one back at the bowler, but Phillips gets everything behind it. Prevents a run. Got to be looking at getting 7 off every over, really. She's driven that one back over the bowler's head. That's a lovely shot from Green. That'll run all the way down to the long off boundary for 4. That's what she was trying to do with the previous ball. But she got hold of that one. And the skipper goes to 37 and scored to 120 for 5. Comes Phillips again. Green swings this away into the leg side. There is a sweeper out at deep square, and so therefore it's only 1. 121 for 5. Green 38. Here's Phillips again. And this is pushed by Lee down through the vacant mid-on gap. Mid-on on the fence comes into field and they take one more. Great finish boiling up in the battle of the top 2. I'll say more about that in a minute. This is swung away again by Green. Again, deep square comes across, does the job, gets the ball back in, restricts it to 1. Better over though for Sussex that. 123 for 5.
Yeah, that's the momentum they want to just pick up now, Sussex.
Yeah, that game between the top 2. Middlesex 192 for 9. Yorkshire 123 for 6 in the 33rd. So that's going to be tight, you would fancy. That's going to be very tight.
Daniel skips in, tosses this one up, and Green just prods at it, goes to mid-off.
You've got to be looking at getting at least a 4 and a boundary and 3 singles and over, really, to stay in the hunt.
Right on the money, defended by Green. Well, if they did that, you know, John, they'd be on track for the run rate required. So I'm pretty sure that's probably what they're aiming for. And going down the ground is a good option. As mid-on and mid-off are quite wide. Goes for the attempted sweep, does Kiara Green, and doesn't quite connect it well enough. So dribbles into the leg side, enough time for them to come through for a single. And Wasp has dropped right down to 4% now.
Yeah, not surprisingly.
Daniel's in, tosses it up. Lee forward, drives to mid-on.
Yeah, ends up with nothing because hits the ball very hard. But I mean,
well, mid-on's just been pushed back onto the boundary now, so down to long on. Maybe just sensing a big shot coming, and this is pushed to mid-off and stopped. They'll come through for a single though. One ball left to go in the over.
It needs to be a boundary really, because just a couple of singles, not really enough.
Off the front foot, driven through the offside. Ready versus the ball. Who wins? Ball wins, and it jumps over the rope. And a lovely looking drive there from the captain, Kiara Green. A bit of flight there in the delivery. And that will add 4 runs to Sussex's total. 129 for 5 at the end of 29 overs.
I did actually think for a minute that Reddy was going to get that. She looked as if she'd got across in time, but ball just skipped away and ran over the boundary at cover. So 44 now to Green, playing a captain's hand. Lee 14 from 27. She started very slowly. She's put a few runs together of late. She's cut that one away, but not beaten the fielder. As Charlie Phillips starts another over. We've got 4 on the offside, 5 on the on. That's driven back. Was that a drop from Charlie Phillips? I wonder. Was that a spill? Let's have a look. It's driven back at her. Yeah, it is.
That's a drop.
Yep. Charlie Phillips has dropped Lee on 14. So that's a let-off. That may well have sealed the deal for Gloucestershire. As it is, here's Green again, just propping forward. Doesn't get a run on this occasion. 130 for 5. Couple of balls left in this over. They need to find the boundary again to Sussex. Oh, and Green's driven that back, and I think that's another drop. I think that's the second spill in the over. I think Charlie Phillips has dropped both batters. 2 caught and bowled. There you go. There's another one. So Lee missed on 14 and Green missed on 44. Charlie Phillips could have had 2 wickets in that over. As it is, she didn't get any. But not many runs accrued. 130 for 5. 20 overs left. 157 to win. Nearly 8 and over now. So despite being given those lives, Sussex are struggling.
I think we might. Are we seeing a change in bowling from the C end?
Yeah, I don't think this is Daniels.
It isn't. It's just the stream and the scoreboard taking a while to update. But it's still going to continue with spin, and this one is hit uppishly by Lee, just short of mid-wicket.
Yeah, this isn't Daniels.
Change of bowling has been announced on the tannoy around the ground. Chloe Skelton, unfortunately, doesn't have a number on the back of her shirt as she skips in now through to Lee. Off the back foot, punches straight to extra cover.
She bowled so well from the Cromwell Road end, and now she's back again just to try and seal this for Gloucestershire.
Off the front foot, pushes into the gap between cover and point. Will come through for a single. Eight runs required and over for Sussex.
Yeah, they need some boundaries. Either that or some very hard running. Repeated hard running.
defended by Green off the front foot to short mid-wicket. This one just turned behind square for a single.
India have passed 300 in the Test match. It's looking like 2-2.
With outside the off stump in the air and straight to mid-off, and it's taken. The pressure building too much for Sussex. Easy catch at mid-off. And Lee will have to go for 16. Skelton back into the attack. And she gets her second wicket.
Yeah, pretty soft really. Just sort of floated it up. And Lee, who's struggled pretty much from the off, never really looked like clearing mid-off, and just chipped it into her hands. So 132 for 6 with Lee gone. The skipper is being deserted here progressively. Nobody's been able to stay with her really. 16 from 33 balls for Lee with just 1-4. Never really looked at ease through the whole piece.
That wicket concludes the end of the over as well. So 31 overs gone. Sharks 132 for 6.
I think it's Talitha Stanley, isn't it, that's come out to join Kiara Green. But it's looking increasingly desperate, this task for Sussex. I think the skipper knows it's well and truly on her shoulders. She turns this one away to mid-wicket, but no run. 45 from 64 balls for the captain. This one is driven back towards Phillips. She gets half a hand on it. Just ricochets through to mid-off. No run. Tapping her back in her crease. She tries to drag that one down to mid-on. It's only one. That's not enough. 133 for 6 for Sussex. That brings a new batter onto strike. Brings Stanley to the crease. Not got many runs in the competition. Scores of 4-0 and 7. She'd have to get far more than that now if Sussex were to even have a sniff. Here is Phillips round the wicket now. And Stanley just pushes it up to mid-off. Run rate spiralling up towards 8.5. And that's just off the outer edge to cover point. No run again. I think Gloucestershire know victory is close at this stage. Comes Phillips again. That's just dabbed out on the offside for no run. So another very good over for Gloucestershire. 133 for 6 with just 18 overs remaining. 154 needed to win. at over 8.5 with only 4 wickets left. Well, I never have been a glass half full man, but even a glass half full man would be struggling to see a Sussex win from here.
Skelton in now, and this one just blocked to mid-wicket by Green. Skips and gets a little edge on this, runs fine. He'll get cut off, they'll go for the single. They think about the second, decide against it. Run rate pushing into 8.6 and over now. Required run rate, sorry. Our current run rate's actually 4.1. They pretty much need to double.
I was just saying, Nikki, that Talitha Stanley hasn't got many runs in the competition, and you need runs coming from both ends at this stage if you're going to...
There's only so much you can expect from Kiara Green as well.
Yeah, exactly. She can't do all this by herself.
Goes for the reverse and gets that fine. We'll race down. They should get a couple easy here. Adds 2 to the total. 136 for 6. Oh, quite slip. What a grab!
That's a brilliant catch. Wow. It's finally given out by the umpire. Stanley was walking anyway. I had the feeling that ball from Skelton popped a bit in the surface, Nikki. What do you think?
I want to wait to watch it back on the replay. It was the catch that I was watching. It was absolutely brilliant there at first slip.
Because it looked to me like it popped off the surface and it was dying a bit, and she had to really get away to her right-hand side and grab it just above the ground. It's a super catch. And Chloe Skelton has been pretty difficult to play this afternoon.
Talitha Stanley goes for 2 from 5 deliveries, and while Sussex are now 7 down, 136 on the board. Skelton strikes again. She's got 3.
Yeah, she's looked very difficult to play today. I'm not sure you're going to get your replay, Nikki. I think they should have played a replay of that. It was a super catch.
Eve O'Neill, the new batter, out there into the middle. Comes out to join Kiara Green. Green on 47. But it's O'Neill on strike. Turn behind square. We'll get off the mark first ball. And she opens her account. Skelton in, and Green turns this behind square again, and they've come through for a single. Pretty much the same shot as O'Neill played.
At least it enables Green to keep the strike.
End of the over. 33 overs gone. Sussex 138 for 7, chasing a target of 287.
Yeah, I think the most optimistic of Sussex supporters will feel that maybe this ship has sailed. Again, Eve O'Neill's not got any runs in the competition so far. Yeah, Here is Phillips to Green. Green just tucks it away off her pads for a single. Inches towards the half century. A half century and a good one, but one not really ever played at the pace to keep her side in the game, but she's had no support really. In this innings, since Wilkinson left, it's been Green against the rest really. Tucked away off her pads again by Eve O'Neill, but no run. They just seem to find the fielders to Sussex. That's ballooned up, it's going to drop short of mid-off. There's no run again. 139 for 7. This is played out. Cover on the fence, runs in, throws in. Just the single. Just a couple of singles from the over, that's all. Green wants 1 for 50. In comes Phillips. Green just pushes that back along the pitch, so she's not going to get it in this over. 140 for 7 from 34. Just 16 overs remain in what is now a forlorn chase, surely.
$147, 96 balls, barely any wickets in hand. Yeah, it seems like a very, very tough ask from Sussex. Here's Skelton. This one's in the air, just pops short of mid-wicket once again.
Yeah, that's another one that's just bounced a bit more off the surface than the batter expected. Oh, that's another one, isn't it? Yes, that's another catch. Slow death. Dear me. It's just flicked off the edge, isn't it? Run through to the keeper. The umpire seems to love to raise her finger very slowly. $140 for 8. That's 4 for Skelton, 4 for 30.
Skelton in now, and Indigo Gentry forward defends. There's a bit of a bounce in her step here now for Skelton. She's picked up 4 wickets. This one outside the off stump just gets away with it, doesn't get called a wide. tosses this one up with a bit of flight to short mid-wicket. It's played by Gentry.
One ball left in her spell to try and get the 5 for. Buckle couldn't do it earlier.
She won't get it as that's blocked off to extra cover. A wicket maiden for Skelton, and she finishes her spell 10 overs, 4 for 30. Absolutely brilliant spell from her. And Sussex Sharks, after 35 overs, are 140 for 8. The skipper, Kiara Green, on 49 from 71. Indigo Gentry, the new batter, out there in the middle, yet to get off the mark after facing 4 deliveries.
So even though Kant got 91 earlier, Skelton 52 and 4 for 30. A better candidate for man of the match, for player of the match, or not?
They're definitely a good contestant.
It's going to be Charlie Phillips. Beats the bat as Green fences at one. I think she was trying to run it down through the vacant third gap, but didn't happen. She's turned that one off her pads, swept away for a single, and reaches 50 as a result from 73 balls with 5 fours. She doesn't make much of it because she realises it's going to be in a losing cause. But a good innings nonetheless. Not had a great deal of support. Phillips is into Inigo Gentry, who just pushes it back along the pitch. No run. That one takes the outer edge of the bat and goes into the covers. Again, there's no run. Phillips in again. Gentry cracks that down the ground. Mid-off makes a sprawling half stop. Needs one of her teammates to help her, but they prevent the boundary, and it's just 2 for Gentry. 143 for 8. Gentry's down the wicket again, driving through the cover area, and that one is going to go all the way to the fence for 4. So Gentry deciding to have some fun at the end of a day which doesn't look like bringing Sussex any points, but she's going to swing her bat a few times anyway and get a few runs for herself. 147 for 8 at the end of the 36th.
Green having some words with Indigo Gentry. As Belcher will come back into the attack. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 25. And Gloucestershire would be looking to try and wrap up these final 2 wickets. Have a long journey back to Bristol.
The top of the table clash is still tight. Yorkshire 156 for 7, chasing 193. So that one's going to the wire, it would seem.
Belcher round the wicket. And this one on the legs, pulled away down towards deep square leg. They take a single.
I get the impression that Gentry's got no intention of prodding out the remaining overs. I think she fancies a swing or two.
This one up in the air and it's just land safe. Bit of a nothing shot.
I think initially she was going to play an almighty heave there and stopped herself sort of halfway through the shot and just sort of popped out a few yards, really.
Back to the top of her mark and she makes her way. Short ball, goes for the pull, misses the bat. And Belcher, well, she's got a bit of fire in her belly now.
She fancies a tail ender or two, perhaps. Gloucestershire have played a very good game here. Second win of the tournament beckons.
Defended off the back foot by Gentry. Right arm round the wicket. Just trying to really attack that body line. Slower ball, a bit of width. Drives to cover, they'll get through for a single. Score 149 for 8. Off she sets Belcher. Another short ball pulled away, and that will go all the way for 4 runs. Deep mid-wicket dives, but it's been absolutely smoked by Kiara Green off the middle of the bat, and will be 4 runs to end the over. 153 for 8 after 37.
Yeah, powerful strike from Kiara Green. Took her to 55. So she can come out of the day with some credit. But they've been beaten a long way here of Sussex. Still 134 adrift with only 13 overs to go. Phillips has wheeled away from that end for quite some time now. She's in again and Gentry just pushes to mid-wicket. No run in the offing. Phillips, Gentry down the wicket, smacks it back past the bowler. That's a fabulous shot. From Inigo Gentry. Almost hit the stumps at the bowler's end. So straight was it. She absolutely smoked it for 4. Lovely shot. 157 for 8. Phillips to Gentry again. Gentry gets plenty behind that as well, but only finds cover point. No run. Here's Phillips again. Gentry goes for the big swing and is stumped, I think. I think the wicketkeeper removed the bails rather than Gentry being bowled. Either way, the castle is disturbed. Yep, it's a stumping. A big swing, head up in the air. Couldn't get back in again, the square leg umpire. gives her out, so Gentry's breezy effort comes to an end. 157 for 9. Gentry is stumped for 11 off the bowling of Phillips to give Phillips a first wicket of the innings. So Anna Buckle, who started in such style this morning with her 3 wickets, is now coming in at number 11, knowing the game is up. Can Charlie Phillips get a second wicket before this game is done? In she comes to bowl to Buckle, who is slightly surprised by the bounce of that one. Manages to play it down on the offside for no run. Last ball of the over from Phillips, and it's edged away by Buckle, running down towards third. Belcher reaches it. She's got help, and they get back for 2. So 159 for 9 at the end of the over. 2 for Buckle and 55 for Green.
Well, Belcher has the opportunity to finish things here for Gloucestershire. Green on 55. Well, she's played a captain's knock, but unfortunately in a losing cause here. Belcher with ball in hand, ready to go. It's Kiara Green on strike. And they've relaxed the field a little bit. They're happy to get Green off strike. This is hit in the air. Oh, and it's just short of mid-wicket, and it's also headed all the way for 4 runs. Just chipped over mid-wicket and placed between deep mid and wide long on, and it finds the gap. 4 runs to Kiara Green. She moves on to 59. But my goodness, was that close to a catching opportunity in the ring.
I think Green's just going to have a swing now. And why not? See if she can get a few more.
Belcher in. There's a slower ball and she goes to pull this, misses the bat. Taking a look at the other fixtures going on. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. Glamorgan have won by 125 runs. Leicestershire Foxes bowled out for 136, chasing that target of 262. And then Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Well, this looks like it's going to be a close one, as Middlesex put on a target of 193 for Yorkshire. And there's a bit of width here, and this is slashed through the offside. And there's 3 fielders on the chase, but the ball will win. And that's another boundary to Kiara Green. She moves on to 63. Sussex Sharks 167 for 9. This will be frustrating here for Gloucestershire. So yes, in that Middlesex-Yorkshire game, Middlesex posted 192 for 9 in their 50 overs. Yorkshire women currently 163 for 7. 30 runs required in 8 overs. And it's currently down to the tail.
Yeah, close one, as you say.
Short ball, goes for the pull again. It's got a bit of whip on here, has Belcher. Yeah, Ria Fackrell and Jess Walston trying to get Yorkshire home at Headingley. Full ball, chipped straight to mid-off, and it's taken! And that is the game. Gloucestershire have bowled Sussex out for 167, and the skipper is the last wicket to fall. She scored 63 from 79 balls, and this delivery just chipped from the toe end of the bat straight to mid-off. Easy catch. And that is the game. Anna Buckle remains on 2 not out. Kiara Green will have to go 63 from 80 deliveries. And Sussex Sharks have been bowled out at home for 167. Belcher picks up 2, 6.5 overs, 2 for 39. And while all in all, it has been Gloucestershire's day down here at Sussex by the Sea.
Yeah, absolutely, Nikki. 119 runs, that's a hammering, really. All built around that 4th wicket stand between Georgina Kant and Young in the Gloucestershire innings that pulled them around from 146, pulled them around from 46 for 3 to 173 for 4. And from then on, it was always going to be difficult for Sussex to stay in the game. Chloe Skelton got 52 as well. Anna Buckle 4 wickets, but 287 always looked a lot at halfway, and so it proved, really, with only, as you say, the skipper making a decent fist of it with 63 to be last out, and Phoebe Wilkinson 41, but other than that, nobody troubled the scorers to any great degree. And Chloe Skelton followed her 52 with 4 for 30 after obviously Dolman had opened the door with the 3 wickets. Katie Dolman, 3 wickets with the new ball. And they were never in it, really.
No, they want great bowling figures from Gloucestershire, super economical pretty much from everyone. Belcher just being on the slightly more expensive side, but she's picked up 2 wickets. So 4 wickets for Skelton, 3 wickets there for Dolman, and 2 wickets for Belcher and 1 for Charlie Phillips as well. And well, at the end of the day, Gloucestershire have been well and truly on top. Sussex they were slacking from the get-go, and the wickets falling in consistent manner as well. They didn't really get through to those partnerships that they would have needed to stabilise that innings. The main one between Green and Lee, 57 runs. And the second top scoring partnership is between Wilkinson and Green as well, 40. But yes, just contributions from the Sussex Sharks. Batting lineup, not as promising as we would have hoped, especially when you're looking to chase down a target of 287. And well, that run rate, they were on top of it at the start, and it just seemed to have crept away from them as each over went on, and too much pressure left to the end. And while it was Gloucestershire's day, Sussex were able to look back on this game and reflect. And a quick summary of the game as well. Anna Buckle with the ball for Sussex, 4 for 43. Stanley as well, brilliant spell, 10 overs, 2 for 53. Georgina Kant with the bat for Gloucestershire, top scoring with 91. Jones 65, Skelton 52. Those are the sort of contributions you want to see. Sussex with the bat, the skipper leads from the front, 63. And then second top score by Phoebe Wilkinson, 41 of 55 deliveries. Well, Gloucestershire will be happy. It'll be a happy coach journey back to Bristol. As for Sussex, a bit of reflecting to do before their next game on the 9th of August. And if I'm not mistaken, they are due to be playing on the 9th of August, Leicestershire Foxes at Arundel Castle Cricket Club. So a beautiful setting, a lot to reflect on, and they can fight back stronger. But right here at Hove, Gloucestershire women have won by 119 runs. Congratulations to them. Thanks to our viewers and listeners for the day. And we will catch you back for Sussex Sharks' next game on the 9th of August at Arundel Castle Cricket Club. So from Jonathan and I, Nikki Chowdhury, have a lovely, lovely Saturday evening.